Welcome to today's edition of Viewer Levels. As we wait, the first submissions that are going to come into the queue, starting perhaps with Male64, who has just come in. It has indeed been forever. We're going to run this relatively new level by WBC, South Korean music level maker extraordinaire. This is the Mario Party Jamboree main theme. We're going to run it. We'll see that all systems are go and that things are working out. And then we'll see what we will playtest this time from Male64. So, welcome back. Yeah, it's been a long time over here when it comes to Mario Maker. I kind of focused on Echoes of Wisdom exclusively throughout October, and then I was gone for a little while for a mix of computer repair and Factorio Space Age. Anyway, it says hi. I haven't actually played Mario Party Jamboree, so we'll figure out what we know about this, but it says go. Oh, this is absolutely popping. Jamboree. And the typical POW effect of the blocks flashing here really does make a big difference. Having a POW blocks here rather than cannons or what have you, just to really light up the night. Anyway, Lemmy's going to bounce around and say hi. And yet again, we're going to have Jamboree. You're saying to Male64 your level was ready in August, but life happened. Yeah, life does happen. Hope it's not too complicated. And that complications have been sorted out, rather. But yeah, it's good to be back. And that's a short and sweet one. But very elaborate, as always, in WC. And it didn't help that Twitch's new interface was questionable. Oh, you mean the one that was pushed to mobile? Yeah, I still am not used to it. I don't like it at all. And we will move on to the next level. Yeah, once again, welcome Mario, and thank you for the GG, Male64. Let's take a look at what you have in store. Let's enter it properly in the bot, first of all. Trip to France for a month as well, so that was eventful, yeah. I mean, that's still where you were originally from and based, right? If I'm not mistaken. So I hope travel treated you well. This is Roy's Furious Cruiser, very freshly uploaded, perhaps for the purposes of this playtest. This is a cruise on Roy's vacation. Okay, and glad we stopped those accurately. Let's go for that shroom. And bounce up. Look at this flag here. Oh, I see, because it's a boat. Yeah, it's actually a sail on the mast. Or perhaps just a flag. Let's see. Well, yeah, no, it's a sail. It's clearly a sail. Quite the boat show here, actually. Including that little Goomba gunboat over there to the left. And a rather larger gunboat over here. Key door down there. Maybe it's getting rid of this goom. Whoops. That's my suspicion, and it is correct. Always glad to see things like that play out exactly the way we think they will. Let's get in here. Appreciate that donut block for sure. Oh, look at that. We'll have helmets, 50 coin, and welcome King Chaos, perhaps 25. And thank you for your submission. You will be next. I guess we'll use the star to just push through the thwomp, as long as we get down here. So yeah, this is just a power-up room, I guess. I'm not sure that we can actually do anything about that bomb over there. I suppose the bomb is something we have to unlock on top using the seesaw drop with the blaster, which suggests to me that we have to find another key door to get through there. And then that would allow you to come down here. Although, of course, we've already looted this place, so let's just get out. That's got to be something. No, it's nothing. Oh, I dropped my boot. Oh, well. Oh. Okay, for a moment. That was almost worrisome. Not really, though. I knew you wouldn't have such an obvious lock. And down we go. Okay, we've raided a treasure over here. Seemed like that's it for that scroll break, though, so... Can we get another boot? How's that boot placed? Surely we can. Except the Thwomp is going to respawn, right? And unfortunately no star this time. I mean, technically you could damage boost through the Thwomp and still have a helmet available. But I have to damage boost twice, like grab the boot and then come back. Whoops. Didn't mean to whip that, actually. Oh, and then... Okay, never mind. Lost a boot anyway. That is doable if we come back and do that a little more accurately and quickly. But I don't think I'll bother with it. It is doable to grab the boots. You know I'll try it. I'll try it one more time at least. Basically, you have to damage boost through it quickly and keep the second helmet. And the Thwomp only goes left, which is an important nuance here. Oh, nope, too slow. And then now we're going to lose the leaf as well. That's too bad. Yeah, too slow because of the claw drop on the boot, unfortunately. So whatever bonus we might have gotten from the leaf, as far as secret hunting in the second half goes, is going to be something that we'll unfortunately have to miss, it seems. Oh. Anyway. Okay, very kind of that Thwomp to do that for us, and whoops. Rather careless. And of course the leaf would have been able to whip this for something on wings, I would guess, even if it is just a 1-up. So unfortunately we made a bit of a mess of this, but we will continue. And grab the flag. Oh, fire flower for us down here. But perhaps that's for something else, like a burner. Oh, you know what? No, you can't fly up there. That's a one-way. Let's be cautious. Oh, read what I said about being cautious. Can't always tell at a glance which way the burners are going to burn, even though it is clear from the artwork. It's just that, if you're doing this on a moment's notice. So yeah, it looks like there is something that is breakable over here. I wonder if it's just a kind of proximity scroll break, or if it is something that you need to... Yeah, surely it's something that you need to sneak to from the left side. I mean, there is that very obvious fireflower spot. So, we'll see how that plays out. I don't think it's accessible to me at the moment, necessarily, but... Jishiro, welcome. Glad to see you here. I see that I am several levels behind with you, so I'm quite looking forward to catching up on that. Whoops. Again, pretty careless. We could have hit that, but perhaps when we get a mushroom soon, we'll just go back and try that again and see what that unlocks. And, oh, sure, we'll go for this one. And Squink, wait, oh. So much for that. Okay, never mind. Squink, welcome as well. Don't know why you tried exclamation mark clear first. But, oh, okay, that's fine. I wanted to redo this bit anyway to make a try at whatever was in that bullet blaster. And yeah, sure, you were saying you were waiting for my stream. Glad to hear it. I mean, so was I. Yeah, we've been off for a little bit for a number of reasons. Oh, I see on-off switch over here. I wonder if maybe that was the trigger for something that would drop fire. I see, there's a donut block past a blaster, so perhaps that's when you get something like a fire flower. Or whatever is going to activate that. I think we discovered... Oh yeah, this is a power-up was actually a progressive leaf. That's why we didn't do anything useful with that. Anyway, we'd seen the 10 coin before. Let's just get out. You know how there are the red rings in Mario games where you need to grab the red coins in a specific time limit? And King Chaos, you recreated that and you're proud of it. Yeah, looking forward to seeing it. And whoop. Guess we actually have to play this bit cautiously here. And let's bust this and see what this is. Oh, I see. Okay, so that's going to melt the ice. And then, oh. I mean, I guess maybe we're supposed to get dunked here so we can open this by proximity. Otherwise, we'd just have to short hop our way all across. And this is going to be a series of bounces, obviously, and that's not going to go. Hang on. Maybe we can respawn him from a distance. Or can I not? Let's see. Or we can go through the door, of course, and come back and respawn it. Yeah, let's just respawn it using the door and hope it works. And yeah, let's just get back in. Try to boot again. It does look like... Oh! Okay, so this was maybe unexpected from the way that the proximity scroll lock works. We have to be careful with the thwomp, therefore, when we are there, because the thwomp is not going to die to this. So, yeah, possibly this was not something that was a possibility that was picked up. And notice that you can use the bomb to activate the on-off switch here. I wonder if that's intended behavior. Maybe it is. Maybe it's not. But that will do something. And then we'll have to get around this thwomp. No. But something is toggled back to on in that spot. Okay. Now we know. We're going to play around with this a little bit, just to really properly look at this level and see what we can do with it. So I will be trying that path a couple of times. Obviously, the boot jump seems a little bit out of reach there. Maybe that's something we should consider, but because it looks like it's set up in such a way that, you know, it's daring you to jump across everything. Whoops. Okay, there we go. I guess we'll have to go for the other mushroom later. And let's continue. And let's back here. The boot jump is technically possible, just super tight. Yeah, the thing is, not much room for failure there, fortunately. And this gate is also going to be a little bit one-way-ish in its own way. I actually don't know if I can make that anymore. Because the way it sweeps, I think we're kind of locked out, unfortunately. I'm going to try it again. We're going to try it with the boot again. Let's just take a death quickly and try not to lose the mushroom on the way to the blaster this time. Yeah, King Chaos 25, you were saying earlier about your own level with the mechanic. You can get soft lock if you're really unlucky. We'll see. I mean, I do have a tendency to accidentally break things. But maybe that's just my playstyle talking. But you know, that's why people send things for me to playtest here. I can smash it all up. And let's get over here. Let's try not to lose this, although we'll obviously have to maybe crouch jump all the way across if we... Here. Oh. Yeah, so like I said, the bomb could activate that on-off switch, but it seems like the on-off switch is automatically triggered again in range on the right side when it comes to the area with the boot. So let's just drill over here, and then it's going to die off. I mean, the whole purpose of this is to try to make the jump, right? So... Okay, there we go, and then that's going to lower on this side, which is going to lose me to boot, unfortunately. I think it was the bomb range that was doing it, actually. I don't think I stepped on the launcher, but maybe I was wrong about that. But anyway, we have this. It's telling me to go up. I wonder if we should, because it looks like if you wrap around here, that there's something on the right side that is... Oh, maybe this is supposed to be the exit to the whole sequence that comes over from the right side, and this is a shortcut in here. Because the up arrow seems to indicate that to me, because the thing is, like, I'm very tempted to just kind of go backwards, or perhaps forwards, left or right, through this, but it seems like that just goes backwards through the long way in the level, right, if I understand this correctly. So let's just see what's in here. And T-Cat, welcome. And indeed, this seems like it's a continuation. Thanks for the level, T-Cat. We will hopefully get to that one fairly soon. And we don't have a key anymore. Interestingly enough, if we had kept the key from early in the level and not gone to the power-up room, we could have plugged it in here. But perhaps that also just is the part that breaks through to the power-up room, because we did see the exit to that key door much earlier. But anyway, here's Roy, who is kept in suspension until we have a Boom Boom limit triggered switch, presumably. Or, well, we have Gooms on the left. Whoops, I'm too busy watching that and not watching Boom Booms. Let's drop him out. Oh. Too busy reading the room. Let's hit the block once again. If you keep the key, that means you survive, so it's legit okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't know where this key is going to originate from anyway, so... Yeah, because if you're keeping the key all the way from before checkpoint, you know, makes perfect sense to be rewarded for that. Okay, doubling up on them here. I'd like to gain some high ground, but might just have to let them sweep. Whoop. Something about these Boom Booms does kind of remind me of the Mario Paint Fly Swatter game, even though it's just Boom Booms the way they always were in Super Mario 3. Oh, I miscounted hits there. I thought I was going to die. So I just found myself landing right beside him in the spike shell form, and that was maybe not ideal. There's multiple keys, but that's fine. Yeah. I don't know where the second key was from, but we'll... Whoops. We will see. I mean, we're past a point where we can discover that, but that's for future playthroughs, I suppose. Okay. Now we do have 2 hits on that first one. If he'd like to fly over here. Now we got 2 hits apiece. Let's be cautious. Okay, that was almost death. And that was actually death. Just a little bit too much wind-up time on my escape from that. With the boot jump, you can skip a good portion of the level. I'm not surprised. I mean, you mean with the green boot, right? With the green boot that you get early on? Oops. Yeah, it doesn't help that we kind of lost everything. I mean, I gained everything and lost everything. It's rather unfortunate, but that's okay. At least we did find the paths to get the power-ups accordingly. And I assume, once again, that this is the one that goes to the top half of the power-up room, which then allows you to retrieve everything past checkpoint. Although, obviously not from a start at checkpoint. Oh, he's just gonna drop. Okay, works for me. We should have just done that every time. Oh, I did not expect that switch trigger. I mean, I guess... I don't know what toggled it, that's the thing. So that was a little bit unexpected. I didn't know that we would trigger that right away. I assumed that there was a Boom Boom limit thing that was going on with the switch activation, but the thing is, because the second one was still on the board and alive and in shell form, like, it didn't occur to me that that was going to be a risk right at that moment, and so that did catch me a little bit off guard. I don't know if that was the intended behavior. But it seems like, yeah, no. Oh, because that was the last hit on... Whoops. That was the last hit on the second Boom Boom, I suppose. I didn't keep track of that because of the animation. Since the animation does kind of stall before it properly dies. But I guess as soon as you get the second kill, you have to get somewhere safe. Whoops. Yeah, the switch activations are actually elegantly hidden. It doesn't mean we need to kind of intuit what's going on, but that's okay because I think it's self-evident, apart from the fact that I think, you know, when you're not tracking hits on the Boom Booms, the death animation is not clear early enough to account for the... Oh, actually, no, just one needs to die. Okay, that was what was going on. Alright, and anyway, here's Roy. I always love Roy fights that have this two-phase structure to them, where he enters the arena after stalling out. Oh, it's not locked. Oops. Oh, that was dangerous, and actually did turn out to be dangerous. Since I wasn't looking at the floor there on camera. Yeah, like I was saying, intuitively, I feel like I would look at this screen and think, okay, it's a Boom Boom limit trigger. It's going to be something with maybe getting rid of both Boom Booms. But if it's just released by one, then it is a bit of a surprise, given how little floor space there is to land safely on, if you don't see it coming. Where, you know, here it took me a few attempts to kind of narrow down what was going on. Even though I kind of correctly assumed it was a Boom Boom trigger from the start, though. And again, that's partly just because of the animations on Boom Boom as well. I'm glad we took them out one shot apiece there. Looks for me. And we'll go for the leaf. Where's Roy? Where's Roy? Roy, are you still our boy? There you go. Oh, I guess because, yeah, we were out of range of his only landing zone there. Okay, hop, hop, oh, there we go. And that was a spectacular miss. If you have a power-up from a previous level in a super world, no, it doesn't carry over. That would break the way the clear check system works. It's unfortunate, but... I mean, I guess that's just a consequence of the super world system having been patched in late to the game. That's perhaps for a future Mario Maker, if they have world systems that are clear checkable as worlds, where power-up dependency is maybe not as much of an issue when they carry from level to level. That would be very nice to have, I think. And a bit more authentic to what people think ambitious super world structures would be like. Didn't quite get to him here. Oh, there we go. Actually stood here correctly this time. And let's not fall into the pit now. That would be less than ideal. Mail64, testing was a nightmare here. That's why the trigger is on one Boom Boom and not two. Oh, I see, okay. Yeah. I think I know what you're getting at. But anyway, 3 1-ups for Endless. And let's get out. Obviously we're going to see if there's anywhere to fly here. But I don't think there's enough room to get... Oh, much of a dash. No, let's not die here. Let's just go for the goal. Anyway, I hope that was a helpful playtest. And thank you for offering me first clear on this version. I'm sure that it's still going to be under revision, but that's fine. We'll be happy to see what we can of it. I didn't look at the whole Mecha Koopa passage, for instance, because we did skip it with the scroll break. So, a lot still got there, and we won't see everything on one pass. King Chaos, thank you for waiting so patiently. Let's take a look at your implementation of the pink coin collection. You may have to fix the on-off part. Yeah, with the re-entry into the door having some issues with the bomb and thwomp setup that you have there. Particularly if the bomb activating the on-off switch on the left side affects anything, should you choose to not take the boot path, that would reactivate it back to on, right? Like if you toggle it back to an off switch there, using the bomb being escorted all the way to the bottom left. I mean, obviously I haven't seen enough of the level to know if that breaks anything, but you probably should check. Document, welcome. Document, I'm aware that I am a little bit behind with your levels as well. And it's been a few weeks since we've really run Mario Maker, so I'm quite glad to be back and see that everybody is still busily turning out levels. King Chaos, you're saying that played Lemmy Castle. Lemmy's Frostburn Palace. Lemmy has developed near unthawable ice. Very fresh upload from today. Let's take a look. Mail64, the bomb activating may break a few things. Yeah, because you're assuming in a lot of places that the switch state is kind of default on, right? So, and it seemed like that area to the left was specifically trying to enforce that. I mean, you know, that's locally kind of solved by just having one more block of buffer to have the bomb not reach that, but... Okay, so anyway, more of a traditional style castle so far, but with lots of optional content here for me to grab, which is always nice to see. Little things I can put myself at risk for only a few coins worth of tangible reward. And you can tell it's a Lemmy Castle because everything is bouncy, which is thematically very unified. Whoops. And we will, of course, go through here, which is going to be effectively one-way route up to these coins up here. Quite the coin box here. And let's make it to the ceiling. Yeah, kind of like this layered multiple path structure so far. Obviously, we'll just try to stay as high as we can to grab what we can in the near unthawable ice. And maybe not step into the lava while we're at it. Lots of coins down there, indicating to me that that's the special path, but we'll go down and check it in just a moment. Oh. And just drop in rather dangerously since we couldn't see the floor. Document, don't answer that yet. Alright, you're back. Hang on, I'll read your question properly in just a moment. Let's bounce up here. That's more coins, okay. I don't mind, it's just coins. We always like a bit more of a spacious play space. One thing that we've talked about often on stream before is that when it comes to traditional Nintendo-style Mario design, it actually is pretty heavily dependent on having lots of optional things for the player to do, like, you know, coin collection for its own sake, for instance, just to have a lot of the flexibility for the player workout. Document, what is the meaning behind this emote? Document, how familiar are you with Wind Waker? Because that's... yeah, no, that's just the particular expression by that character in Wind Waker who hosts the Battleship minigame, among other things. And he sits around looking very bored until somebody comes along to play at his little arcade. And I just like the expression and the character, hence why we have the sound effects from the Wind Waker Battleship game as our follower and subscriber notifications, the sploosh and kaboom. That's prevent us from. So, whoops. But yeah, he sits around all day long waiting for somebody to come and play, and really fully commits to the role when such an event does transpire. Yeah, sploosh is when you miss. The kaboom is when you hit in the Battleship game. And there we go. I see that a lot of this level is kind of designed with the expectation that you can blast through it and speed your way through a lot of the segments with lots of momentum if you want to play that way. We will, however, freeze to death slowly. Whoops. Yeah, I have a lot of emote slots that are still unused because I never got around to filling them, and we have a lot of things that we need to take care of when it comes to improving the stream that I haven't done in some time. But I have to be a little careful here with the gooms dropping all over. We will, of course, be absolutely reckless with it. Zelda is one of those franchises you say you played just a little, but you've been inspired to fully explore, like some do, yeah. Yeah, the thing about Zelda is that, you know, the remarkable thing is that for such an influential series, there aren't really other games or series that do exactly the thing that it does, in the combination that it does. Some games have come close at capturing certain things about Zelda. You know, Tunic, for instance, comes up quite a bit in that respect. It's very clearly a Zelda tribute. Okami, in some ways, but you know, there's a lot, and of course, with a lot of open world design inspired by post Breath of the Wild Zelda as well, in some respects, which I think we're just steadily seeing play out in a lot of world structures and maps and so forth. But as a series, it does so many things at once and so many things differently from game to game that it is still kind of uniquely its own thing. And that's what I find very invigorating about it as a series, is that, you know, it's so long running, there are so many conventions attached to it, and yet no two games are alike. Anyway, we have to be careful here with the bombs dropping, so they don't take out the platform. I rather like the idea behind the segment, in that you want to keep the platform alive, right? So you don't lose it completely and have gaps all over the place. Very neat idea. Yeah, Mail 64, I think a lot of games really don't capture the puzzle element of Zelda, particularly the kind of 3D puzzle format that peaked with Twilight Princess and Skyward Sword. Yeah, I want to get up there and zap him or jump him. Zapping him would be easier but less impactful. Yeah, nice setup for this fight here too. Okay. And then, yeah, at no point is he going to roll over. I wonder what the protection is against that. What? Anyway, we're going to complete that. Quality humor, well. And that's the goal. Thank you for that level, King Chaos. Very well put together. You were saying something about trying to implement the equivalent of the Pink Coin Collection. I don't know if I caught on to that, but there was a lot going on in there, and it was very neatly put together. Definitely it's kind of thematically very consistent. You know, you can kind of tell it's a Lemmy Castle. So, thank you for offering me first clear on that. Oh, that's in a level you're making right now. I see. Okay. Yeah, anyway, thank you once again for giving me first clear on that one. Very pleased to see it freshly after the upload. Let's mark it as a win and keep going. Yeah, document earlier you accidentally a word you've never been inspired to fully explore. I see, yeah. Well, I mean, you know, somebody's got to hold the fort in Mario Maker, right? Well, certain streamers we may or may not know around these parts are busy disappearing for several weeks to explore maps in Zelda. Melting Rocket, welcome. And Document, thank you for throwing yours in. As always, Document, as an active subscriber, you are able to have a free sub-next queue skip if you wish. Okay, Shushiro, we're quite behind. Several levels behind. In fact, the last one I played here was Ninja Jump Party. You've been uploading a lot, actually. We covered Shushiro's entire Super World earlier in the year, and still there have been so many uploads since that point. So let me know if you have a particular one that you want to see, and we will put it in. So that Mario's military weapon thumbnail is great. Yeah, very much so. Look at him just prepared with... It's really the bonsai eyes, I think, the bonsai shades that make this really click together. So yeah, sure, let me know which one you prefer. But yeah, we're quite behind. I have to just spend a stream catching up on your levels at some point. It took you a second to realize that the bonsais were shades? Or realize that the shades were bonsai? Rather. Yeah, if you don't have a particular recommendation, we'll just pick one. Maybe just starting from... Or we'll just pick Mario's military weapon because we were talking about the thumbnail. We can just do that. Unless you object. Yeah, I'm actually very curious now. Mario's military power is the best in the world. Let's see it. Barnstorm holding the record on this one. Oh, invisible magic. Okay, sure, let's do that. We will catch up on all of this at some point. We absolutely will. Okay, objects in this corridor. Maybe transparent or translucent. And it's going to be a dark level. For those who don't know, Shushiro is one of those makers who, when I see a dark level, I actually really look forward to it. Because we've seen some really interesting trickery in the dark themes. And it's going to be music as well, as always. This is invisible magic, right? Yeah. Okay. Anyway. Oh, there we go. Yeah, because the level is built in such a way that the stars make most of the platforms look visible. So the platforms and the layout all look visible and are all within range, but the objects are not. And so the dark level theme, as distinct from an ordinary, you know, level with a dark background, is actually an illusion the whole way. That's very neat, actually. It's such a subtle thing that is entirely just a product of the light placement. But as a concept, it works out really nicely. It's such a simple idea, that's the thing. It's not something that's really, on the face of it, technically hard to make, but of course it requires a lot of finesse to make a level that works with this properly. Pink Chaos, you've been trying to study how Nintendo makes the Mario levels? Yeah. I mean, that's something you could really spend every day doing. And still find new subtleties to tease out all the time. Look at this, because the background, even though it's kind of dim, feels visible. And yet the objects are not, right? Like, because the way the lights are set up, you know, there's just enough of the background that is lit because of all the platforms being lit and being within range, that it feels very natural for the objects to just appear. This is very neat. Yeah, like I said, Shishiro is the dark level MVP in so many ways. If you know that Mission Impossible level from last year, for instance, you know what I'm talking about. Right. Let's get over here. Hit the checkpoint. The checkpoint, luckily, doesn't just appear from nowhere, but... Yeah, it's kind of disorienting in a way because the level is lit up just enough to lure you into thinking that you're just playing something regular and then see the way everything is disguised. I'm kind of playing this slowly just so I can admire this properly, you know, and just really look at the subtleties of the layout. And let's sneak down here too. I can get out, right? Yeah, of course I can. Press jump. Okay. There's only so many things that don't put off their own light. Yeah. Yeah, it's a fantastic effect. Again, Chaos, you've learned that traditional levels could be a wide range of ideas and gimmicks. Not every level is simply left to right. Yeah. Well, that's the thing, is that the idea of levels having a very focused single concept is actually fairly recent as an idea. I mean, I guess SMB3 did that simply because the levels were so short that, you know, everything in SMB3 was kind of a single concept level. But if you look at something like Yoshi's Island, for instance, it's absolutely not true. Like, even with the levels that have very memorable concepts, like the Chomp level or Touch Fuzzy Get Dizzy or whatever, they have a lot of other things going on that are separate from the main concept. And of course, you know, over the span of an entire adventure game, you have a bit more flexibility with that, as opposed to Mario Maker levels that are distributed like hit singles, which kind of have to get their business done quickly and get the player in and out under the confines of an entity limit. Although I must say, many of my favorite Mario Maker 2 levels have been levels that were, you know, designed to be 2 hours long. Love the music here, by the way. We do need to bounce. Can we actually bounce at the appropriate height here? Or is that... No, the spring is going to impose a minimum here, right? So we would need to puzzle this out another way. Can we keep going down? No. Or am I just... Yeah, no, there's always going to be a high bounce. So we need to keep exploring up here, I think. And activate the skull. Because maybe that will give me something to stand on. And allow me to do what? What does that do? Oh, it allows me to walk across, yeah. Okay. Very neat, very neat. I should have noticed that track, in fact. And then the key being obtained will trigger this, and then we keep going down. Well, very kind of Morton there to light up the place. Oops. We'll go back for flowers if we hit. What is he saying? It's not GG, is it? He is saying GG. Why is he saying GG? We haven't beaten him yet. Anyway. Oh, I guess GG lights up once you kill him. Lights up completely. And then, so you have the infinite switch mechanism there on the red pipe. Going to let us climb all the way out past the spikes. Oh, I see. No, the spikes are there for light purposes. The spike balls are there as a light source because of the effect. Whoops. Oh, whoops. Let's not go down here and let's not get hit by the spikes. Okay, and then we do need to be careful, of course. Whoops. And by being careful, I mean, you know, not doing that. And, oh, I see. Okay, we escaped this way. Yeah, quality humor. The striking thing... Oh, we missed something up top. We missed a whole path up top. THX. Unless it's an effect at the end. No, it's not a path. It's just an effect. Or rather, it was in the dark zone. Yeah, fantastic use of the dark theme, and a new use of a dark theme that I hadn't seen before, even after playing a lot of Shushiro's other dark levels. So thank you so much for that. Very cool idea. And now you're hopefully caught up on what I haven't played, which is, most of what was in the past few months. So yeah, we might just have to have a separate stream for all of this at some point, just to catch up properly. Oh, he's a killer. What's my favorite kind of level? Good question. But often we do a lot of, kind of concept platforming or puzzle platforming around here. Things that are very elaborate to look at from the maker's point of view when it comes to the cleverness of the concepts and mechanisms. So I don't know if that's a very precise description, but anyway, here's RHPS Superheroes from Team Music. Oh, I see, Rocky Horror Picture Show, hence the cover art there. Lost in Time and Lost in Space and Meaning. Fresh upload, huge likes ratio on this so far, unsurprisingly. Maybe slightly late for Halloween, but we aren't particular about the Rocky Horror rituals and traditions around here. But, oh, look at that. Anyway, this is going to be the music load-in. Once again, it's going to be a dark level. We're playing Mario Maker after Halloween when everybody's kind of rolling their dark levels in all at the same time. But anyway, we'll give this a listen. Hopefully, incidentally, sound and everything is performing all right today. I was actually out of action for a bit of computer repair last week, and so we'll see. We're always trying to improve the setup. Oh, look at that. We're in upside down, but the layout of the load-in zone is done in such a way that it just really looks like we're flipped. It's just music scrolling, actually. It's not a global load-in. At least not yet. And flip once again. And let's see what happens at the end of the segment. Okay, in the boot, and out we go. Oh, that's the flag already, okay. That'll do, except what's the door all about? I guess that's just the exit. Okay, short and sweet, and very elaborate, so you're welcome. At least I think that's what it means. YW, thank you so much, Squink. Squink sends a lot of music levels over here. We never know when we're going to hit ourselves against, Music Kaizo or something, but that's a gentle one today. 06i, welcome as always, and thank you for adding a level. Oh, Donkeyman, did you say that you wanted to get your sub skip or not? Because, well, you can claim it if you want it, but if you need to go at some point. Otherwise, we'll move on to TCAT. If TCAT is still present, and I'm not sure if they are. And yeah, Document, if at any point we're just running long with something and you want to claim that, then go ahead. I think doing, sort of sub next by opt-in is a good system to go by. So we can keep things a little bit flexible. Okay, I don't see TCAT here, and they have not checked in, so I'm just going to remove and... Let me see here. Did we not mark... Oh yeah, no, that's fine. I'm just taking a look at the list here. Okay, Yeah, because I was trying to see... didn't we just play King Chaos, or did we just loop around a queue quickly enough? I think we just looped around quickly enough. Did I mark this as a win? Yes, I did. Let's remove TCAT and keep going. Yeah, we just wrapped all the way around to King Chaos, which is fine. Let's put that in. A little out of practice here with actually managing the stream, so bear with me today as we get back into doing this. King Chaos, do let me know what you would prefer as the next selection. And we will see it. Play Ludwig. Okay, Ludwig's mecha airship. Ludwig has relearned how to clone himself and enemies. Just making sure I didn't miss anything really critical in the chat. And yeah, let's go on. Ludwig's mecha airship. For those new to my queue, we always try to play every level that is submitted before I close to submission. So even after I close, we tend to close fairly early, but then we keep on playing for quite a long while afterwards, typically, just to make sure we see everybody who's able to stay. And so, oh, deal the camera down here for the 30 coin, but we'll make it. And jump back up from here. Okay. Timing worked out there, I guess. Just barely. Those are coins that we can go for if we so choose. Oh, this looks like it's something up above. Let's try to swing up there and get rid of that rocket wrench. Something that we talk about often is that, you know, sometimes just given the structure of how Mario Maker incentivizes people into random queue to play, for endless, it can be a little bit obsessively focused on the clear, and that sometimes doesn't play to the strengths of how traditional design often relies on a lot of these optional coins that aren't actually worth much as a reward, as something for the player to do. That's just a drop claw for the Boom Boom. That's not actually a claw that we're supposed to traverse to, I don't think. I wonder if theoretically it was possible. I guess we could go for that key. I am kind of curious down here, though. Yeah, too bad about the camera here, but that's just the airship camera bob for you, always kind of shaving off the bottom tile by one. And let's not bop our head too much against the ledge here. Go straight up. And whoop. I was trying to drop off a claw, actually I accidentally jumped. You can drop off a claw, just don't drop off a claw if you're not actually on a claw. And okay, go. And of course it's easier for you to be caught if you are tall, so you just kind of assume that extra risk if that's the case. I don't know if we're supposed to have an optional feather or something at this point to fly around, but perhaps not, just bonus room. And we're going to have boss time pretty soon. One thing that I suppose is not authentically traditional about this is that you don't have the mushroom on the flag, but it sometimes surprises me when I see people who are traditional makers who don't do it, simply because obviously, you know, back in Maker 1 that was enforced for everybody, and that broke a lot of concepts, or made it inconvenient at least. But here I always find that, you know, when we see a traditional layout, I guess I'm mentally conditioned to expect that it's still going to happen. But yeah, we have to survive until the Goomba makes his way over. I don't know if it's based on timing. I think it is. This is just a survival room then. But then, after a certain part of the pattern, we get Ludwig drop in as a consequence of a series of state switches where you have that drop off the track. So yeah, first of all, you have the Goomba kind of working there as a timer for where you are in the fight, but with each on-off switch toggle, it looks like we also get a new phase of the Ludwig pattern, depending on where he's dropping off the claw. So when we have the Fireflower, we don't need to hug him quite that closely. So yeah, one of them will eventually have a key, possibly one that's at the very end of the pattern after we get rid of all the other ones. So yeah, you're going to have a couple of track changes here that send the Goomba along, and then let's bop him. I wonder if this one is the key master for us here, or we have more states to switch through, as expected. And yeah, I'll answer the question in chat in just a moment. Let me just do my dodging first. Quality Humor, I don't think I've played your Super World, no. I was catching up on several Super Worlds at once earlier in the year. I'd actually love to do that again. I am going to jot down the fact that you have a Super World for me to look at. And we'll try to deal it in, because I didn't get through all of the ones that I wanted to earlier on. I'm guessing the Goomba actually holds the key, and that when the P-switch pops it up, then do we pop him? Want to spin? Yeah, we do. Hopefully there's no risk of the Goomba being trapped down there for some reason. I don't think so, given the P-switch timing. I think that shouldn't break. Oops. You can't give a key to something on the track, so you had to give it to the Goomba. Yeah, that works well. It's intuitive that, you know, looking at the Goomba, I have a visual tracker of my progress through the fight. The other way to do it would have been through some kind of off-screen boss limit trickery with a switch activation, but a Goomba is a perfectly elegant way to do it that is visible to the player, so you can kind of understand why it is that Ludwigs aren't giving you anything to work with, apart from the fact that, you know, they're on tracks. Thank you so much for that one, and let's keep on going. Documents. Speaking of which, document. I know that this level here was a re-upload of something we had played before, and that I have actually seen a lot of makers I know start to get their SDB 6 uploads up. I was actually going to ask if there's any expectation of when SDB 6 is actually going to be declared released. I see a lot of the levels have been showing up, basically, and I wasn't entirely sure if I'd missed out on it yet, or if the whole package is still kind of coming. But anyway, we're behind on Long Haul and Drop Donuts. You'll check? You're not sure, but soon. Yeah, I should have just asked Gritoffy when I saw him on stream earlier today, actually, but I only just noticed when I was looking at how many levels I had to catch up on that a lot of people I already follow had SDB 6 levels in a at least near final state. SDB is Super Discord Brothers. It is a series, Catherine Beefheart, welcome incidentally, that has been running since Mario Maker 1. It was originally organized by Pink Birdo, and nowadays has passed off to Gritoffy, and who was the other person who's kind of managing it, whose name escapes me right now, but whose levels I've played. But basically, it's a series of traditional Super World collaborations that are all oriented around one game style at a time. So, for example, there was one that was all Super Mario World, one that was all SMB1, one that was all SMB3, etc. There was one that was released back in 2019 that was all Super Mario World in Maker 2, which we recently played earlier this year, and there's one that's coming out fairly soon, which is all SMB3, which is going to be the 6th one in the series. So it's one of the longest running community project brands, I guess, in Mario Maker. Given that it's been around since, you know, first year of Mario Maker 1, basically. And so the tradition continues. A lot of makers who have been involved since Mario Maker 1 are still around for this. And so we're looking forward to it quite a bit. Anyway, King Chaos, yeah, did I like the Ludwig fight? Yeah, we had lots to say about it, obviously, just now. And drop donuts are half off. Because one half has already been chewed off, I guess. Let's take a look. And yeah, FIFA was the other one who kind of runs it nowadays. And FIFA was one who also organized a profile that made it easy to play through, all of SDB5, aka Super Discord World 2, in an easy way, which is how we queued for it earlier this year. I don't know why I'm trying to jump this one. We should just go for the donut. Document remarks often on how I tend to show off his levels in a totally different way simply because my pace tends to be slower and more cautious than a lot of players who see his work. And so we try out some nonsensical things sometimes that are a result of playing slowly. No, on to bullet and then over to the other side, obviously. I was distracted by the question block. And over we go. No, I didn't drop. Okay. Well, that was a mistake then. That's fine. This has a surprising amount of plays. You were just expending ideas and you wanted to make something focused on dropping donut blocks, yeah. Well, you can tell it's a document level, though, because of the half-tile blaster offset, which is a fixture of a lot of document concepts that we've seen. Okay, so Thwomp hits the question block and something comes from it. We do need to make it over the Thwomp while sustaining the donut, it seems. But we'll see if that's actually the case. Yeah, the blaster timing is quite nice. Oh, very nice that it gets loaded onto the Thwomp. And has a bit of a wiggle just to throw me off. And again, we didn't stay on that long enough. Mang, welcome. Mang, I was actually just about to say that I remembered that you had a new one as well I had to catch up on. I was actually just about to say it before you showed up in the chat, so great timing. No, we are actually supposed to drop that to get on the cannonball. Okay. I wasn't quite sure, given the timing, but that's because we were reading that for the first time. Yeah, you were all about to say that too. I know, great minds think alike. Imagine that. We were all thinking that we still have to play a Mang level, including Mang. Mang was thinking that too. Maybe I'm just getting there too slowly. I am getting there too slowly. Wasn't entirely clear on that, but yeah, definitely too much of a wiggle on that donut. Maybe the fact that I'm sustaining the first donut for as long as I am is a problem there. Oh, nope. Yeah, we pretty much have to get over to the right side immediately to drop before the Thwomp comes in and squishes us. Donut sustain issues, I know, that's a common problem around these parts. Still holding in your donut. Whoops. Mang, thank you so much for submitting. Looking forward to your Copter level. That's the one that I saw had been uploaded. Very happy to see that you're still turning some levels in. Oops. Okay, let's remember how to play this game here. Whoops, this isn't even terribly taxing my document standards. We're just playing poorly today. That's okay, we'll get back into it. Oops. Why are levels by default only a quarter way to the end and you need to slide the goal over? Well, oh, you mean when you're first starting a level in the layout. I think Nintendo wants to encourage you to start small if you're someone who's kind of new, instead of just spamming everything to the maximum. Which, of course, people do anyway. But it's one of those things like, you know, how often in Nintendo games, for instance, you have a limited number of settings to play with in the options, for instance, that it seems like often with Nintendo, they make a lot of decisions that seem like they limit the player's flexibility, but are actually there to deliberately limit paralysis of choice. And that's why the thing with, you know, Nintendo options pages comes to mind as well, because that, I think, is in some ways similar, that when you start with something that's a full, massive layout, that's in some ways paralysis of choice waiting to happen, right? Like, better to start with something confined, and then as you figure out that the default layout is actually much too small, it also kind of in its own way teaches you the interface. But it's too bad it doesn't kind of default to that for people who want to save that as their starting setting, of course. But again, I think one thing that's sort of common to Mario Maker across the board is that Nintendo likes their UIs to be relatively uncluttered. Smaller level just means less space in between the triple Bowser stacks. Yeah, exactly. Which reminds me of that level that Nintendo themselves made as kind of their own idea of what bad level design looks like as part of their Yamamura versus Mario series in Maker 1, where Nintendo was kind of, you know, making their own deliberate imitation of the common foibles of the Little Timmy school of aesthetics. And here we go. Very cutting parody. Okay, finally, over to the Boomerang. That took me way too long, given that it was really not that complex. Oh. I was wondering what was going to save me there, because I saw, oh, there's a muncher at that landing point. What am I possibly going to land on? And, you know, then we were caught off guard by the fact that a second bullet comes out just in time as a bit of a surprise. Yeah, Mail64, because the thing about the Yamamura and Mario profiles was that they were part of this Japanese video or webcomic series or something that was meant to show how you start with something bad and then you can kind of fix it with a little bit of level design advice. Because the idea was, you know, it would be kind of a dramatization of somebody learning how to improve their initial Little Timmy scribbles in the game. So yes, they were intentionally bad. Okay. I'll catch up on what King Chaos is saying about Ludwig in just a second. Let's just try to actually shave this jump slightly so we can get past the thwomp first, and then get a little further, and this time this second bullet is hopefully not as much of a surprise, but we need to make it over to the second cannonball. I see, okay. Yeah, King Chaos 25. I mean, you know, everything here is kind of like a consensus approximation of what people remember the original games to be like, with a lot of changes. Sometimes done for the benefit of the game style itself, like how, you know, for example, P-Balloon as it existed in Super Mario World was really not that versatile. P-Balloon as it exists here is kind of its own game. As we've seen expressed from some makers in the past who were very much exclusively P-Balloon specialists. Whoops. Okay. Let's try to make it over. Yeah, just making sure we keep a nice short jump past this Goomba here, so we have enough time to get out. That's been a main stumbling block so far. And then also veering right enough now that we know what this is supposed to do for us here. Okay, I was holding all the way to the right. That was just maybe not a very good launching point on the bullets. Not a very good timing for that, perhaps. Mario Maker P-Balloon is an admission that he didn't really nail it the first time yet. Whoops. Yeah, it's amazing how many things I take for granted nowadays that were actually original to Mario Maker. Honestly, I find the SMB2 power-up in this game to be a lot more fun than actually playing SMB2 itself. Oh, wow, that was a really low bullet. I think maybe we're standing too close to the blaster or something, and hugging against it in such a way that it wasn't spawning until we veered a bit further left. I'm not sure that was what happened there, but clearly we threw off our own timing there in a way that jeopardized how that would work. I mean, at this point, and I'm sure it's true of many of you here as well, I've played a lot more Mario Maker than actual Mario games in total. And then, oh, no, once again, poor momentum on that bullet. Having a light blue Yoshi, welcome. Yeah, being too close to the blaster made a firelight. Yeah, because the first red cannonball is supposed to encourage you to jump left, right? Given the timing on it, and we hugged it too close the whole time. As always, I'm impressed this level works as well as it does, given that some things like blaster spawns are going to have a lot of natural variance in timing, just depending on where the player is standing and when the bounces are actually being hit. It's impressive that it does work as well as it does, even though sometimes when I'm dying to things like that second cannonball there, and cranking all the way right the whole time, it does seem like I was just not going to make that jump in the first place. Okay, let's not be too impatient about the first donut drop. Let's do this. And obviously there's going to be a lot of variability to when the players will actually let the donuts drop, as opposed to how much they like to bounce around on top. So, a lot of things that can lead to a great deal of variance between different people doing this, and there we go. Good checkpoint placement. And, oh, I see. On-off switch is going to do the donut drop, probably with a thwomp being loaded, using the belt. It looks like it is a thwomp loaded using the belt. And where it's nudged onto the donut block, perhaps. And Ilkwari Maker, welcome. That part's a bit jank, but it seemed to work out more often than not based on your player timing. Yeah. Yeah, because the thing is, you know, there's enough visual information there that a player is able to adjust around it. Oh, you're supposed to hit that from below, yeah, and then land on it, of course. Oh, I see, because that's toggled right away, so I guess we have to really do it jump and jump, right? We have to kind of jump out immediately because of the way that the switch is toggled. Not like that, obviously, but maybe you can actually do that immediately from below. Unless it's takes you too low on the left side where you're off screen before you're able to hit. Like, I don't know if that's a valid shortcut. It seems like it would be too low. Okay, there we go. You gotta jump out quickly. Is that an icicle I see? Yes, it is. And then we totally missed this, and so there's no spring anymore, and then no more spring in our step. It always catches people off guard, even though the previous on-off does it. Yeah. Because at that point, you're kind of thinking one obstacle at a time, perhaps. Again, the information is there. It's signaled, but it's something that your mind isn't necessarily going to be on. And then we just missed a bounce anyway. But it is going to be a bounce on that bullet. So, relatively straight up. Yeah, because I think the temptation is to think about the double toggle on the on-off switch as just its own thing, as part of the donut setup, and just mentally compartmentalize that. Whoops. In such a way that you're not thinking about it responding to the on-off switch that you hit manually. Although you're also hitting this on-off switch manually, so never mind. It is fair. It is fair, because you look at it and think, okay, no, the information was clearly here. I can immediately understand what I did wrong. I know exactly what I failed to account for. You know, when you fail here, you immediately understand why. And you think, okay, I could have done that. Shorter jump to the left, obviously. We tend to jump too high across the board. Yeah, it is pretty forgiving and is right at checkpoint. And I think it's very obvious what's going on there when you fail. And the timing is just relaxed enough that, you know, the execution, once you understand what's going on, is not too bad. Still late on the spring on the left. I have to go pretty much as soon as the donut drops, and no later. Which means we need a good mental estimate of when the donut is going to drop. Or we could just drop the icicle earlier. Okay, more momentum there. I was looking at that and thinking, oh, am I going to be aiming for another bullet out of that drop? Nope. Shouldn't need one. Okay. Bit of a close shave that time. No. The drop timing on the icicle kind of matters too. I mean, I guess it's fairly controlled because there are only so many ways you're going to jump that column on the right. But the time I did that successfully, there was definitely a little bit of a difference in when I was triggering the icicle, and I should see if I can replicate that. Yeah, you see, it should be completely on screen. Like that. Whoops. When we get the bullet coming out to assist us. Oops. Yeah, King Chaos 25, you wish that Mario World had a normal brick variant, as opposed to just having the yellow turn blocks everywhere, you mean? No, bad angle. I could tell that was going a bit early. Then on the blaster, and then on the Goomba after that. Okay, let's grab this. Whoops. Yeah, Super Mario World doesn't traditionally have any breakable blocks. No, it doesn't, apart from the blue ones that you up throw, I guess. But in terms of the ones where you just, you know, hit your head on it and it breaks, no, not really. That's one of the most distinctly identifiable things about Super Mario World, I think. Oops. But yeah, there's just enough that is unique about each game style that you really kind of do have to take the whole set as a set. I mean, the thing that I find I always most want adjusted in Super Mario World, actually, is that all of the dry bones throw bones. And it's funny because I didn't realize until I went back to Super Mario World just how much smaller the dry bone sprite is in this game. Because the dry bone sprite in the Super Mario World castles are actually absolutely massive, or at least feel that way when you've been playing Maker for a while. But yeah, the fact that they throw bones everywhere really causes a ton of problems sometimes. I feel like we definitely need to jump this, but then that's a bad curve there. We needed kind of left to right momentum landing on the bullet. I knew that was what we were going for, but perhaps my timing coming off of the skull onto the donut was not early enough to make that smooth. Quality Humor, you're saying SB1 is the best looking theme to you? Yeah. Depends on which style you're working with, I think. And what you're trying to get out of it. Super Mario World, when it came out, or rather when I first saw it, was kind of a landmark moment for me visually, in that it just seemed like the most gorgeous thing I'd seen in video games. That was even truer of Yoshi's Island many years later. Actually, still true of Yoshi's Island today, actually. It's still one of the most gorgeous games that exists. Oops. Okay. Okay, just on the blaster, on the Goomba. On this quickly, so we can get out and onto the skull in time to do a momentum shift onto the bullet. Now, that was all correct, apart from just a bad jump towards the bullet, because I actually left the skull platform slightly later than I should have, given when the bullet was firing. So, all pretty manageable. Oops. You like Mario World because it has the best player mechanics, and SMB has too many and the others have too few. Yeah, I can agree with that. Spin jumps and up throws make a huge difference. And at the same time, I'm not fond of how sometimes people design NSMB levels around ground pound cancel absolutely everywhere. But there's a certain elegance to what you can do with the power available to you in Super Mario World, for sure. I mean, sometimes, you know, the concepts that you're going for are going to be a little bit confined by what the game styles can or cannot do. Sometimes just the amount of item handling that you want available to the player, for instance, is going to determine whether you go SMB 1 or 3 or Super Mario World. Just by itself, that could force your hand when it comes to working in a certain theme. Okay. Okay, we want to go early. There we go. Being momentarily off camera and that landing really kind of threw me off in some ways. I mean, I knew where I was landing, it's just that I was trying to make an adjustment for where I was standing on a platform, and I made such an adjustment that it actually killed me due to delaying for as long as I did. So we'll just have to watch out for that. Too high a jump there, I think. Might not get the timing that I'm going for. And then, no, I'm not supposed to take the boot, am I? Yes, I am. Surely I have to take the boot. Unless there's a timing reason why I shouldn't. Or maybe if you don't get a bounce, then you can't really... I'm thinking about that because you can always jump out of the boot. Like if you land on the boot and then claim it, then you can always jump out of it to activate the next donut. But if you bounce directly, then you're able to reach the donut anyway and go back for the boot, which is, I think, the implication there, that while the blaster is dropping, you go back for the boot on the left. Took me a moment to read that. We'll just have to go back and consider it properly. And let's do this once again, and then nice bounce, and just take our momentum over this way. Oh, whoops, hit the one-way panel. Ah, yes, no, because of the one-way panel box, you're supposed to get on the boot and then get out of the boot to get on top of the blaster while going around the one-ways, obviously. Obviously. Sorry, I'll catch up on some of the conversation once I have a moment to stop and read. Let's... Oops. And yeah, Kinkaus, you have an idea for one of the Koopalings where to use a time machine. Oh, in the... yeah, using multiple levels in a Super World format, I see. And... just to catch up on a bit here. The idea of dropping donut blocks with a switch is really impressive. Yeah, it's very responsive, actually. And it's kept just out of view. I mean, obviously, you know, if you know how things are put together in Mario Maker, it's pretty obvious that it's just rolling the thwomp over, but I'm surprised I haven't really seen this used in such a concerted way before. Oh, no. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. That's still doable, except we might have... Oh, no. We missed a critical timing with Bonsai. Bonsai, rather, not Bonsai. Yeah, no, we actually have to do this on the first cycle. Otherwise, I think it is an SD lock because you don't get the Bonsai back. Unless there's a way that you can maybe scroll out of range and get the Bonsai to return there. I think we're kind of dependent on the Bonsai there for timing. If a blaster shoots piranha plants at you, is that a bonsai bill? Anyway, let's get over here. I guess only if it's a giant piranha plant. Like a piranha creeper that you can shape and mold to your heart's content. Oops. Okay, down we go. No. Oh, I see. You're supposed to do it off the jump from the bullet? Unless you're able to go all the way over with the boot. I was thinking that you had to land on top of the blaster with the boot jump, but the blaster clearly descends much too quickly for you to do that. I don't think you can make that without being trapped under the one-way panel, so perhaps we misread that and we actually have to go all the way over. Oops. No, let's not start over. Let's drop this. Hypercat, welcome to Precision, and this level is uncanny, yeah. I mean, given how much headroom the player has to move around when it comes to how much player variation there is to things like the donut drop timings and where you're standing next to blasters and such, like I said, it's remarkable it works as well as it does. And thank you for submitting as well, Hypercat. Will hopefully not take too long to get to you today. Okay, let's get over. And drop it. No, we have to make it over to one-way panel and get to the bonsai. I think it's doable. We can't rely on the bullet, we can't rely on the blaster. We just have to go all the way over. Unless you're supposed to use the bullet on the left to get an extra bounce towards the bonsai. But given the timing, I think you use the boot to get over directly. But then, I don't know about that, because it's one of those things where, you know, Document is a precise enough maker that if he didn't want me to jump on the bullet, he would have put something else in the blaster or blocked it off. Maybe. We'll see. What's the name of this level? This is Dropped Donuts. It's one of the most recent ones on Document's profile. The second most recent one, I believe. Okay. Let's get over. And then let's try this again. Quality humor is saying something about sharing the solution? Not yet. Let's... Okay, no, it's to the bullet first. I see. Given the timing here, it's bullet first, then bonsai. But then there's a right arrow, kind of like you're expecting another bullet to stand on and fire at you, right? That's okay, we'll see it. I think you go left to the bullet first, and then that sustains you just long enough. Whoops. Male 64, you finally finished a clear check. You say finally like it took you quite some time. Okay, let's head over. And whoops, too early. Yeah, Ohi is a killer. Typically, and this is something that's kind of more community specific, I suppose, that a lot of people say precision levels to mean the really claustrophobic ones where you're just nudging your way pixel by pixel because you're just not allowed to be a pixel off. This is not that precise, but because I know what you mean, that is a level that requires some precision to execute, but I'm just saying that, you know, sometimes when you hear people in Mario Maker say precision level, they mean the other kind. Oh, it's off. Yeah, no. It's off to Piranha. Piranha to the bullet. Yeah, I see it. That's probably what was driving Quality Humor mad the whole time, just looking at that and trying not to blurt out the obvious. It is absolutely Piranha first, yeah. It makes so much more sense now, actually, the whole curvature of it just works a lot smoother. You see, this is why you don't backseat. You have to wait for me to, you know, figure out just how badly we blundered. Worst thing is when it takes forever to clear check and you realize a mistake afterwards. Yeah, Don Dublius, that is absolutely the case. And still, it's always worth redoing. Always worth redoing. Otherwise, that one block you misplaced will just haunt you forever. And then your level gets popular and you feel like you really can't re-upload it now and fix what you wanted. Better fix it before anybody actually likes what you made. Too soon on that. We do need to have the bullet come a little closer first. But this way you can actually get over to the bonsai with the boot intact. Whoops. Let's do this again. This is still repeatable here. It's not SD lock or anything, so... Whoops. Male 64, basically it took you 10 minutes to fix the issue. Oh, you mean the bomb thing that we were talking about earlier? And you've been clear checking ever since. Okay, let's try this again. and pop over here. Bounce, and all the way over past the visual confusion of the one-way panels and to the flag. So, thank you so much for that document. We spent way too long ignoring that piranha plant, but we got it. Only about 16 minutes off of the world record. Okay, let me see the current list. We're going to remain open for a little bit longer, I think, but we do have a lot of people in queue, so I might close up relatively soon. Just so we can get through everybody who is already in. Because we may have long levels ahead for all I know, so. Thank you so much, as always, Document, and let's take a look at Quality Humor. I might actually close up after this one, just so we can ensure that we have enough time to stay for everybody's submission. Faith is more of an art level than a real level. You suggest doing a super world level. Okay, but the thing is, if I'm doing the super world, I'll probably want to do it all in one chunk anyway. So I can do a single from it, but I might not load it in with the world because it might make more sense. Particularly with a 39 course world, I probably want to do a dedicated stream at some point, Quality Humor. And, you know, you've been around long enough, I'm perfectly willing to do that. Unless, there's a balloon on it, though. Doesn't that mean I've started already, or? That's the checkpoint. I actually don't remember. Maybe I did it a long ways ago. World 2, yeah. Well, I can do that, actually. I mean, you know, we can maybe pull one level in, if you'd like. I don't know which one we're on. I have no idea, so. Do let me know, because what was the other one you were considering otherwise? Faith. Oh, I see. That's the new one that's, you said it's an art level. I see. Yeah, we'll do a super world level then. That's fine. We'll take your advice. I have no idea what we're in for, but we'll continue. I don't even remember when we would have last looked at the super world, to be honest. World 1. Oh, okay, so we actually played through 2 levels previously, so... Oh, whoops. Yeah, 3 levels, rather. So we're on Semi-Solid Skypath. If we do run it as a Super World stream at some point, Quality Humor, we'll start over just to see things completely in their intended form. Hard. Is it really? Well, now it's just Hark. The Herald Angels sing. Okay, I guess we're supposed to drop the Buzzy and make it over. No, nah, there's no way. Can't drop the Buzzy in time to do that, no. It's Hark compared to the top path, yeah. But it gives you the coins. Do Boom Booms count as entity limit? Boom Booms kind of have their own limit going on, 06i. Or am I thinking of Koopalings, or both? Yeah, basically you can use... someone correct me if I'm wrong, but you can use Boom Booms and Koopalings as their own limit mechanism. That is separate from the main budget. Yeah, more of a less traditional experience if you avoid a Hark path. Yeah, while on screen they both count towards the LB, yeah, but... Let's see here. Let's grab this. You can tell how long it's been since I last actually played this game meaningfully. That there are some things that are fairly basic that I actually don't remember off the top of my head. Oh, okay, this is actually ground. I wasn't sure because of the camera, so. But a coin placement should have told me that. Yeah, okay, no, that's correct. It's on ELB when it's on screen, but the placement limit is separate in terms of budget, like the total budget. It's coming back to me eventually. Yeah, now that we've scrolled up here, I can't see the ground anymore, so let's... Oh, okay. Maybe that coin arrangement is meant to tell me that that was not likely to be safe. We totally didn't read that correctly. I'll usually do the Hark path, but I didn't like my chances with that fuzzy drop, so... Let's come down here instead. And, oh, look at that. I guess that's an exit pipe from the other path. It totally is an egg, yeah. Took me a moment to really register that properly. Okay, thank you for that quality humor. Like I said, we'll do the whole set at some point. So, let's mark that as a win. And it's going to be another one from Jijiro. Let's see what's after this as well. Yeah, we'll close in a bit after we slam into something with a lower clear rate, perhaps. But we'll budget our time accordingly. Andy, welcome. Thank you for submitting. You're near the back, but we will stay as long as we need to get through the queue, so... The Action Commander. Long jump equals trigger. So I guess we're going to be long jumping. And yeah, he's a killer. Thanks for replacing the code. We'll make sure we play the correct level that you want when we get to it. Well, no cat suit to climb up this. So let's just do this. Oh, it's just telling you to long jump with L and R. Start. And then... How is that working? Okay, so yeah, when you're on these platforms, it prevents you from getting into a long jump, but then when you do long jump... What's the mechanism here? I actually can't tell. But it's something range-based, I think, where maybe when you long jump instead of just hugging the wall, is that going to make a difference to some kind of range check on swap or something? Is that what's happening? Or am I missing something obvious? Because, yeah, now it doesn't tell you to long jump because you should know at this point that that's what you do. I'm trying to reverse engineer this in my head. Anyway, yeah, the level does kind of constrain where you are able to long jump. And 3D World is a mystery. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff in 3D World that is curious. Like, I remember this boomerang clipping bug or something that we found a little while ago, where we were making boomerangs, you know, teleport from slope to slope, which was definitely not an intended glitch. Oh, it's I'm trying to think about what the detector mechanism is. Does the camera move down just a bit when you long jump? Well, there's some kind of one-use mechanism. Yeah, look at this. There's slight camera shift. I'm not sure. I don't know the mechanic at all, actually. Because I'm just looking at this and trying to reverse engineer. Like, at what point does the impact actually register? Or at least, you know, at what point does a switch activation happen? Yeah, so there's a slight camera scroll. So you... That's sort of interesting, that you get within Thwomp range under recoil. I could tell it was a Thwomp activation that was off-screen, but I couldn't tell what was doing it. But it looks like this kind of shows you the mechanism at the end, right? We should have paid more attention, that it's on the landing. It's on the landing, and when you land, then you're within the Thwomp power range. That is so subtle. I don't even know how you discovered that. That's... Yeah, it totally shows you the mechanism at the bottom, where it's actually on the landing, pulling the Thwomp into view. Huh. That is absolutely the stuff that makes Mario Maker cool. I'm just astonished every time I run viewer levels, especially with, you know, my regular crowd that is still very active in the game, how I'm learning new things about this game every time I run viewer levels, basically. And very curious. Yeah, I mean, this is completely new to me, and it's one of those things that, you know, it's so subtle that I don't even know how you noticed. And I guess it's just with the long jump specifically, that the hitbox is just detected within range on the bounce back and the landing. So. Okay, oh, he's a killer. I hope this is the code that you're happy with. If it's not, then do let me know. I did see you punched in a replace earlier. Thwomp used a 1 sub-pixel low lift. Oh, that's why. Okay, okay. For all Mario Maker's faults, Nintendo really built a versatile engine. Yeah, you know, if only they let us use it to its fullest instead of just deleting stuff whenever anybody should happen to report it. Anyway, he's a killer. This is your profile code. Let me know what you would like. If you have anything specific that you want to send me. I realize that everything here is just named after different streamers, incidentally. We've seen a lot of these people hanging around before. So I don't know how many of them have actually played their own namesake, but we'll try out the one that's named for Cheese Pops. Yeah, and with, you know, thematically matching thumbnails as well for each of them. Dedicated to Cheese Pops, this is a 0.24. Even Red Knight took 5 minutes with it. That makes me think my chances are not high, but we will write us out. And we'll see how long we take with it and how approachable it is, because we'll probably make our determination from this level how soon we close the queue. But we'll definitely push on it and see what we can do. You made 16 dedication levels, yeah. Okay, oh, I see. And then this is going to be an up throw on the on-off. But then don't you need... Well, we'll see what happens. Because then it gets that sailing, I see. And then, of course, the shell's going to die to that, so let's... whoops, no, up throw. And get out of there when we do that. Doesn't seem like that's time sensitive, though, at least. Oh, it totally is because of the poison level being globally timed to the level that we have to be pretty much instant. Yeah, but basically if we jump into the shell pickup right away, which is why the shell is knocked into midair, then we can up throw it and land in time to get going. And then we kind of have to sweep up towards the shell to hit the next on-off. I think. Like, jump up towards the shell grab. The shell grabs are very exactly placed to enforce when you have to pick them up and throw, I think. Oh, totally missed. King Chaos, you're saying you hate the cape because it breaks everything. Yeah, I remember that like a long time ago when Lupin Snoop was making Mario Maker tier list videos and such, he actually put the cape bottom tier specifically because of that, but It's possible to design around in some interesting ways. It's just kind of a high prerequisite item when it comes to player knowledge if you really want to test it effectively. And yeah, it's very true that, you know, this cause problems for a lot of other concepts that should otherwise be controlled. That on-off switch, I didn't survive long enough to see what it does. I feel like we had to leave the platform slightly later so we could land back on top of it properly. It should be possible to land back on the right side stump if we have a better timing over there. Okay, still jumping too soon on that. The stumps both seem to stay above the surface and available at that point, depending on our timing, so we shouldn't be too worried about it, but try. Oops. Thank you so much for following, incidentally. Are my follow notifications even working? I think they should be. I haven't streamed in 2 or 3 weeks or so. I have to make sure things aren't just outright broken. So yeah, no, that angle's not great, and at that point the left side did sink, so I have to figure out that shell pickup and throw. Maybe you jump towards it, but then do a later throw. You see, I'm trying to land back on the right side stump because I feel like that's the only way that will work. But we just haven't found the intended timing on that just yet. Up goes up. That actually would have given me enough room if we, you know, actually threw that accurately. Too late. 069, you're saying it takes forever to boom boom drop in lava for the entity to count. Yeah, because of the way the lava actually slows him down, I guess, even if he's in a drop state. If he's alive and in a drop state, if you're trying to drop him off the screen. Finally got it. Okay. So the on-off switches seem like they kind of allow the stumps to keep moving forward. So the later ones that you throw towards don't seem as time sensitive. It's just that you need to make sure that the platform never stops. Yeah, and that unfortunately did stop. You can see that it's a conveyor that is just a red-blue conveyor that is loaded under, if I'm not mistaken, and so basically you have to hit the switches early enough for the stumps to always maintain momentum. And if they are always pushing forward, then you don't lose time relative to the poison swamp level. That's how I'm interpreting this. So you do want to hit the on-off switches as soon as possible, but there is a bit of wiggle room, like you're not dying right away as long as the stumps aren't stopping. Okay. Yeah, we just need to land better there. It feels a bit claustrophobic on that jump, but we'll try to do that. While Document and Shoshiro are busy deliberating over the Thwomp and Donut mechanic. You said you discovered a way to use low ramps and large piranha plants to drop multiple donut blocks in one horizontal row at a time. Interesting. Looking forward to see what you do with that. Yeah, it's a bit of a tight landing around that spike. I really should be hitting this shell on the on-off blocks sort of as I'm on my way down that arc, so I do a bit of a higher jump and then just throw late. And whoops, just missing the shell here. So I see the adjustment I'm supposed to be making there. Yeah, I do a nice high jump, and then as I'm coming down, I throw towards the on-off switch. That should give me a cleaner landing towards the stump. Whoops. Is there any boss that doesn't take forever to die in lava? I mean, if you're trying to specifically kill by dropping off the map, I don't know if there's a good solution to that. Yeah, honestly, at that point, I would just, try to do a Muncher Crush or something on it. Even if it's hidden out of view, like if you have something like a Muncher Crush that's hidden by the lava, then it looks like it's dropping off, unless you're just... Yeah, you might have to find another way to do the instant kill. Like, if the idea is that you have to drop it off into something, then... And I'm not sure. Okay, we need to clean up that jump. I'm jumping too short every time, I think, because I'm planning around such a low hit on the on-off switch. It shouldn't be too bad to figure this bit out. There we go, much cleaner. I wonder if we should go to the left stump for that one. Just so we have a little bit more room to drop onto the right side. Maybe that's the way we should be doing this level in the first place, like going left to right on the jumps. So we can actually land on the right stump with enough room, but maybe a cleaner approach. Oh, except you don't have the left stump here, okay. No, this one we have to do the way we did before. We just need to jump immediately off the right stump and on the other side, but it's the later ones I'm thinking about. Like this one here. Oh, we stalled a bit here. And have to carry that shell a bit longer, I think, before we can reach the next on-off switch. But the stumps should not have been that close together to begin with. It was only that close together because we were late on the previous throw. We will definitely close queue before we're finished with this level, by the way, so this will be last call. As I said, for anybody new here, after I close to submissions, I usually stay for quite a long time to play through everybody who is already in the queue. So if you're already in, no problem. Whoops. But past a certain point, it becomes impractical for me to take more without winding up running a super long marathon stream, which has happened. We need to clean up the throws in general here. Let's try to at least get through this section. With a 0.24 on this, I don't know that we'll necessarily get it done today. As you can see, yeah. Oh. I guess we can die to that too. Now, see the thing about the poison timing is that it goes up and down. So the thing is, if you know what timing you're supposed to go for, maybe it's actually possible to stall. But no, if the stumps are too close together, it breaks the rest of the level, I think. That you need the stumps to be apart for something to work. You know, once they spread out, you want them to stay spread out. Nope, miss. Yeah. And then you jump, you just get stuck, so. Is there a way to play that sponge game, you're asking? Sponge game? Okay. Yeah, I'm facing left there by mistake because I'm trying to correct momentum to land on a stump, but it does mean that we're throwing poorly and missing. So we'll try to make a reasonable effort with this level. I may not finish it today, but if I don't finish it today, you're welcome to resubmit at a later stream, and we can push on it some more. Everything's technically doable so far, it's just that we have to be a lot more exact about how we're executing it. And moreover, you know, tossing the shell before we face left to correct the jump, perhaps. Yeah, this is a systematic problem for me across the board, as you can see, even from the beginning, that we're overcorrecting for the jump before I let go of the shell, and it's getting me into quite a bit of trouble. Because I always want to adjust my landing before I think about releasing, and that might just be a bad habit here, as you can see, because we are consistently missing due to that kind of error. And, oh, hang on. Man, let me approve the link. Sorry about that. Yep. Forgot how aggressive my filters were there. Okay. So we can actually throw that shell slightly later, and it seems like we're maintaining the spacing. So I actually just didn't need to rush that shell and throw in midair the way we're doing everywhere else. It's an entry for GMTK 2024. Interesting. GTMK or GMTK? I guess I'm thinking GMTK is in like Game Maker's Toolkit, but anyway, I assume your link is correct. I'm not checking it. Whoops. Puzzle platformer made by some of my favorite level designers. Yeah, we should look into it. I'm behind on a lot of projects by people who I know via Mario Maker. There is a list, let's just say, and I should really get through the list. Oops. Slipped a little further. We're doing a little better. But yeah, document will definitely take note of that. And you're saying there's a lot of jank since it was just made in 4 days. Well, that's what a game jam is all about, I guess. Everybody's in that situation. Whoops. Okay, let's try this. And then, yeah, once again, just need to leave ourselves a bit more room around the spikes. Oh, he's a killer. You're saying you're relatively new to the scene and you've been playing since July. You were still surprised to see the population still alive and well. Yeah, it's quieted down a lot in the last year, I would say. It was even more active, I would say, until... Like, I would say that year to year, I noticed that there often is a bit of a December to January drop-off. But then you'd have just enough new people coming in and wanting to play tests and such that... It also is a function of who you know and hang out with, I guess, in the game, where sometimes people really feel like the game is dying, and then that's partly just a function of the people they know leaving the game or dropping off or taking a break, and then they might not have enough exposure to new people who are coming in. So it's never as dead as people think it is when they're extra pessimistic about the state of Mario Maker, but I would say that from what I see as a streamer who runs this fairly regularly, that you've definitely seen some separation with who is or isn't around for the long haul. But the important thing is that there is enough of a community going that you do still see new concepts, new ideas all the time. And that moreover, you know, there's still a reliable range of interaction between players and makers that is still ongoing. That, you know, as a maker, you're still able to find people to play. And as a streamer, you're still able to find good levels to play. And Maker 1 still managed that equilibrium just fine, even years into the Switch taking over from the Wii U for everybody else who wasn't playing Mario Maker. Like, Maker 1 still had a very vibrant community all the way to the release of Maker 2, for instance. And yeah, like I always say, I'm very pleased to see that as many of the people who have been very active and consistent makers throughout the entire lifetime of the game, that many of them are still back from time to time, even if it's not as often as before, and even if people's numbers have, you know, expectedly kind of dropped relative to the boom years. Document, you're saying this is right up my alley? Yeah. We should look into it. I don't know how set up I'll be to stream it off a PC, at least currently, but I will definitely at least play it. Quality humor, you're saying Team 0% shows that there are plenty of active players? Yeah. Still a lot of different varieties of ways to approach the game too. And I know that I've been missing out on a lot of content releases this year too, because I have been playing so much less Maker 2 than usual in the past few months. I understand that Team Music had a big Super World release, if I'm not mistaken, right? And I have not caught up on that at all. We have Super Discord Brothers 6 coming out, obviously, very soon, with a lot of people, you know, recognizable from all across the Maker 1 and Maker 2 intake. And 9MMC, rather, 9-year Mario Maker celebration is happening in some form. I think some courses are expected maybe in December. I'm not up to date, but that's my understanding. And of course, some people here are contributors and would know the answer to that. So yeah, lots going on at any given time, and lots of people to learn from, lots of levels to really take in at this point to appreciate the startling diversity of design in this game. So. Whoops. Team Music World is fun. Yeah, I should look into that and run it completely at some point. I do mean to do a lot of Maker catch-up in the next few weeks if I can. Since, you know, it has been, I think, months since we really did a lot of dedicated Mario Maker outside of just viewer levels. I spent so much of the early part of the year playing Maker 1 before it went down, and then we did a couple of Super Worlds in Maker 2, but we haven't really kept up as much as we used to. Oh, I guess we had one puzzle contest earlier this year as well, which was quite a lot of fun. Especially because I think, you know, with puzzle-specific streamers in particular that a lot of people have dropped off and aren't as regular anymore, so... And I suspect some of the puzzle makers are feeling that there aren't as many playtest opportunities as there used to be. Because there are some sizable number of people who, you know, either don't play puzzles or won't really get through them, so at this point, puzzle people kind of know who is able and willing, and those numbers have definitely declined a bit. Okay, we'll just make a few more attempts on this. I would like to try to get through this section because I feel like I can do it. We just need to, you know, learn from mistakes properly. Yeah, mechanically this is well within my ability. It's just that we have to understand, okay, at this point maybe we should jump left on the stump to buy ourselves a bit more time. And a lot of things are going to be sensitive to the swamp level timing. Oh yeah, we'll make a few more attempts and then we'll close queue and try to get through the rest. Yeah, and you made a level with Barnstorm. Yeah, Barnstorm's somebody I have to kind of catch up on as well. I played his entire Breath of the Wild remake series of levels a little while ago, I think, and he's got a couple of big sets like that. Sets of game remakes and other ambitious projects that I've only done a few of. Whoops. And he's still very active as a player. I see his name on record times all over the place. Okay, yeah, no, this has to be left stump to right stump. I don't see how else it's doable, that one. Barnstorm and Squink made a Team Music World, not surprised. Given that they're both still so active. Yeah, no, this has to be left stump to right stump. It's just that we have to commit to that sooner so we don't get caught in the spike. Okay. Yeah, it's good that so many makers have really, again, been in this game for the long haul. And that, at this point, we're familiar with what a lot of the good stuff is located at. And so that timing was fine. The stumps are still apart. The stumps are still going. So, yeah, that's what we should have aimed for in the first place. It took me so long to kind of get that, even though that particular sequence was staring me in the face. It's just that you kind of have to adjust to each one. You can't do every on-off switch in the same way. You have to adjust to where the stumps are and where you are in the pattern. The only thing is that, you know, it's not visible what the time pressure is, obviously, in terms of when the stumps stop from conveyor to conveyor. So it's always a little bit of guesswork. But I think typically it looks like as soon as they start to get past the on-off switches, that's when you should be worried about them slowing down. But since everything is under the poison, obviously, you can't really tell. You do have to guess a bit, but I think, you know, making sure we hit before we pass the on-off switches is maybe a good guidepost if you look at the spacing here. It took quite a bit of tinkering to get those stumps to spread apart how you wanted. Yeah, I can kind of tell. Okay, no, we should have gone around. Yeah, definitely well put together for... You know, if you're saying that you've only been in this since July, that's Got a good bit of finesse to it already. Obviously, there are some things that, you know, are dependent on the player kind of matching the maker timing, with the poison swamp level coming up and down especially. That seems like you're asking for something specific, but then I guess that's why this shell is getting tossed at the beginning here, just so we get moving right away and get into the rhythm the way it was intended. Whoops. And if you missed a spread, that becomes a problem. Whoops. Hypercat, welcome back. We haven't progressed very much in the queue, just so you know, but we will hopefully get to you before you have to leave. No, once again, just not adjusting for the stump momentum enough when trying to jump back over to the right. Yeah, like I said, if I can't clear it today, I will definitely be willing to play it again in a future queue. Sometimes some things just take a little bit of learning over multiple streams, and I certainly think this is approachable enough that we would do that. Okay. Nope. Once again, just not always adjusting for the stump movement. Oh, whoops. Stump seems slippery. Well, yeah, because you're kind of adjusting for them moving with the conveyor as well, and occasionally going up and down. Oh, no. Missed the up throw. I see a ledge in the top right there, like we're almost at the end of a section. Possibly. We'll see. Either that or that's just a low ceiling that's waiting to catch me. Nope, missed. Okay. Nope. Just missing the up throw, as you can see. I wonder if the concept needs the up and down over one tile of the swamp to actually work, because you know, just from a matter of timing, it does introduce a little bit of variance that may or may not cause us issues, but it's alright, we're dealing with it. Oops. Just a poor adjustment there after hitting that finally. And yeah, no, I'm just slipping off the corners sometimes because my landings are bad. Because I'm thinking about the up throw at the same time, right? So sometimes, directionally speaking, our momentum control on the landing has not been that good. There we go. That was a bit of a surprise. I think that's supposed to be left stump at that point, because we have no landing on the right stump. Unless that's an exit pipe, I can't tell. I think that's just a fishbone pipe, though. I couldn't quite tell. I wasn't really paying attention to where the fishbones were coming from, but I assume it's the pipe. Since it is auto-scroll, spawn timing should be completely consistent. Unless you're supposed to go down with it. I mean, it looks like maybe we should try to exit from it, because I don't see anything to go to on the other side, and there's quite a bit of momentum. Yeah, don't tell me yet. I'd like to try it out myself. It does look kind of like an up pipe now that I'm looking at it. I was trying to pay attention to where the fishbones were coming from that time. But yeah, it looks like there's nothing beyond that point, and that the spacing doesn't quite work to go left to right stump. So it does look like an up pipe. If we do get the up pipe, we will stop there, even if it is checkpoint. I don't mind being reset back to here, but we'll try to make progress, like I said, and if we return to the level for a future completion, I'd be very happy to do it. It is an up pipe. We'll play as long as we can over this attempt, obviously. Yes. Oh, that doesn't look good. Oh, I see. No, that's an open block. We'll try to see a little more of this room. I'm not going to push on it very hard, but... Yeah, oh, I see. It's a big vertical race. It has a little bit of light precision to it. I feel like we're a bit late on it. Yeah, this bit is much more kind of classic precision. Although not as claustrophobic, obviously. Anyway, thank you for submitting this. We will very happily return to do it, and I'm sure I can make it back to checkpoint now that I practiced it without too many attempts. So I'd be happy to take this in a future queue, but today we have a pretty big pile to get through. And yeah, thank you for asking before backseating, because I'm generally anti-backseat, but sometimes there are some things that I would not be able to discover on my own. That's typically I try to figure it out myself, so... Yeah, that's much more precision-oriented in that half. Again, doable for us, but we'll need to have another run at it. So let's mark this as a loss for now, and I'd be very happy to take it again. And as warned, we will close the queue after I punch in the next code, which is going to be from King Chaos once again, if King Chaos is still here. Please check in, and we will take a look. Thank you for the patience of everybody waiting a queue. I know the last few have taken a little bit longer, so let me just close the stream and make sure our stream title, etc. are properly reflecting that. Make sure the font display is okay and everything. And do let me know which level you would like to see. Play Roy, okay. Roy's Pistol Palace. Bowser arms Roy with illegal weaponry and breaks the law within the kingdom. I mean, he's Bowser. He sets his own rules. So yeah, anybody who is currently listed as still being in queue, if you're able to stay, I will play your level. Like I said, we will stay long enough to get that done. Unless there's some kind of major emergency that pulls me away, which almost never happens. I think it's happened once. Oops. Happened once for viewer levels anyway. I've had emergencies pull me away from streams for other things we've run. Okay. And we'll take the top path. There was a switch down there, though, but this looks like more of a bonus. And it's a bonus where we try not to get crushed. Yeah, I've definitely been able to tell from the multiple levels that we played from you today that, you know, you definitely want the player to explore things for their own sake. The coins themselves are not the reward. The reward is the process of getting them. What am I doing here? On-off switch on a bomb. It looks like it's a survival timer. I was trying to parse if it was a survival timer. It looks like it, because I don't see anything else I can interact with until there's a P-switch activation, at minimum. But it does look like there's a bomb activating the on-off switch, and we don't know what's going to crush the bomb. I'm assuming a survival room, but okay, we've done the bonus up top before. Let's just drop down. Now, why would we want to toggle that? At what point was that relevant? I'm not sure. But we will do this, and just dodge. And of course, everything's on fire already, so fire doesn't hit the fish on fire. Which is actually an interesting puzzle mechanic. One of my favorite sort of almost never used mechanics in this game is that you can actually, using Yoshi and Cheep Cheeps, kind of swap poison and fire between their respective zones. But it's very hard to actually do anything with that. I think I've maybe seen one Japanese level that actually used that for an interesting purpose. But I always think about that with, you know, some of the very minor differences in poison cheap versus fire cheap interactions, that there actually is a very subtle difference in projectiles as well, like poison projectiles versus fire projectiles. Yeah, as you can see, the big Podoboo on the track is going to be the thing that lights the bomb. We wait for the bomb timing, then the on-off switch gives you the exit. Fairly evident. Yeah, you're saying it's the second to last castle in your Super World sequence, understandable. And yeah, we'll just dodge the cheeps reliably if we can. We found a good pattern here, actually. That just works. We'll just do it over and over instead of flailing around chaotically. Until we have the bomb detonation giving us the passage. Whoops, and bumping my head, of course, quite needlessly. And then we'll go for checkpoints just in time after losing all our health. Gotta watch out for the P blocks there. They mark the Podoboo columns, as you can see. Oh, that was close. Oh no, you had to go all the way to the right, yeah. And not run into the one on the left. There we go. Nicely put together, though. I think that was visually signaled pretty well. I think there's some variance that's going to happen depending on when you spawn in the blasters, respectively, but it should still work the way. Super Mario Maker's non-colliding skewers in action here, as opposed to the skewers that actually originally had collision in Super Mario World, which is a subtlety that's easy to forget these days. Yeah, you see, okay, so when you spawn in this location, everything is supposed to be aligned. So that's functionally a little bit different from the timing that we had when we were scrolling it in, where depending on when you actually loaded the blasters onto the tracks, and when you loaded the Podoboos as you were scrolling left to right, it could change this timing entirely. So as you can see that when you respawn from checkpoint, it actually is slightly easier because everything is properly synchronized in the original layout. But it's pretty much never going to be synchronized your first time through approaching checkpoint because of the way that you're scrolling in the screen, and that the way the player does it is going to be unpredictable. And yeah, it's alright. I mean, like I said, the pattern is still totally beatable even if it is desynchronized. And it just feels like you're giving the player an easy mode if they do die, so it's, you know, not absolutely necessary to prevent the inconsistency either. I was totally going for the 30 coin and we missed it. You do need to wait for the retraction. Whoops. Still jumping too high off the blasters there. Okay, there we go. I wouldn't even want to crouch jump my way through some of this. Yeah, just wait for the retraction. Makes it easiest. And what did I say about waiting for the retraction? That's okay. With the rest of these, we just wait for the blasters to go down while the skewers are up. And the timing is going to be just fine. Down we go. Very useful to have the arrows there indicate to me that I should be expecting ground. And we will of course go left first. I see a right arrow, I go left. That's how it works. However, we have nothing that allows me to go up there. What if I'm supposed to have a feather available at some point? You were just telling me you don't like the feather, so whoops. That was a bit silly. Oh, that was also a bit silly. Given that we saw it was coming. Okay. Up we go. And let's grab the shroom. Saying we'll bring the bullet bill over. Yeah, we'll deal with that when we get to it. Whoops. Total slip up here. And let's continue. Oh, I see, for the 30 coin. Yeah, I see what you mean. Anyway, let's keep going. Yeah, that was poorly timed. And we'll just jump the rest of this. How did the second set of skewers get desynced? Let's look at that when we get there. But I'll look at that when I scroll into that room. So yeah, as you can see, if you wanted the fourth one to be synchronized, that's because it's past the spawn range. So I don't know how much you know about the loading ranges for Mario Maker. The loading range is 4 tiles off, like 4 columns off to the right. So because the skewer that is on the right side is not loaded in at that point, it's not within the loading range when you spawn at the door. That's why you have the problem. Now, one way to fix it is if you have a full wall that is to the left of the door on the left side, so you have a scroll stop. If you have a scroll stop, then it forces the camera to start Mario on the left side of the screen when you enter the door. If Mario is forced to start at the door on the left side of the screen, all 4 skewers are synchronized. Oh, you mean the first one desynchronized from the... Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah. Because it's landing on the semi-solid. That's what it is. You see the semi-solid that's poking out there? That was part of your background art? It's throwing off its rhythm because it is going 1 tile up above everything else. So I'm sure that was just a background semi-solid that was from doing the background on the left side room with the 30 coin, but the fact that it's sticking out there is what is causing that. So, might be worth the fix if it bothers you. Yeah, sure, let's try the bullet escort here. Just for fun. Pretty easy to hit once you see it, in fact. So. Okay, let's head over and jump the bullets. And another one. Good thing we practiced this kind of thing on the document level that we saw earlier. And then it's going to be a bullet up here, except... Oh, I see. I was kind of wondering what was going to activate for me there, but obviously it's just going to be blocks for the pipe. Checkpoint and flower, and here's the fight. As we go down the lift. I can tell you love those big set-piece, multi-phase boss fights. We've seen several of them already here. Oops. Let's actually make it past phase 1, though. Yeah, I've been really happy with the boss fights I've seen in this set so far, actually. I mean, Koopaling fights are only as good as the room that they're in, right? And there's been a good bit of variety here. We're not even at the Koopaling part yet. We have to make it down to Lift of Death first. Oop. That one caught me a little bit by surprise, that grinder coming up beneath my feet, but I see that it was a progressive power up there, rewarding the player a little extra if you do make it here in a healthier state. Oh, you can see the skewers come up. We just need to... Not the skewers, the grinders rather, but you can see them come up at the bottom below the blaster column, so it is fair. It's just that I wasn't paying attention because I was too busy watching the spike balls. We should just spin jump it. If you spin jump it, the spike balls are safe. As long as we don't have any headroom issues. It's way better to spin jump it, in fact. And then we can devote a little bit more of our attention to whatever's coming up below. And dodge accordingly. Yes. Yeah, whoops. Again, totally visible. We just need to be playing this a little better. And not depend too much on guessing correctly whether I'm going to land on the spike wall when I jump. Because we can't always time that with the utmost accuracy. But yeah, it's totally visible what's coming up. Nice, well-paced mushroom just in time for us to lose it. And then I like this little change here too, where two of the platforms peel off. Two of the blasters rather shorten the platform a bit. There's a nice pacing to it, where the fight steadily progresses, you know, from the beginning where you have a wide platform and steadily things just peel off. It's very well put together, this room. We just need to play it a lot better. Oh. Okay. Almost there. And then it's really going to shorten now. That was well over my head. Okay. Not much time to react at that point, though. Have to really intuit the blaster timing, which is going to be at a regular pace with everything still on screen, but we'll see what we can do with it. I'll catch up on chat in a minute. 06i, you redeemed skip to queue. Yeah, that's fine. We'll do yours next. Remind me if I do forget, but we'll try to remember and we'll put you in next. You're saying something about Larry in the first castle. I'll read that message when I'm not dodging. And whoops. Got chipped there, but managed to get the mushroom at least. Yeah, if we're standing on a part of the platform that isn't about to get bladed, then we should typically be okay, but Really had to have a sense of the blaster time. That's all. That was a very close shave. And there we go, into Roy's room. And in the worst possible state. Okay. Get out. I like that the better you do at the elevator segment, the better off you are in this fight. There we go. Oh, I should have gone for the coin on the left. Oh well. Yeah, very nice kind of multi-base sequence there with a continuous descent into the boss, and then... Oh, let's try this again. And, you know, not die to the bullet bill at the end or something. Your goals for the midway bosses are to have at least 4 or 5 and at least 1 King Boo fight and 1 Bowser Jr. fight. Yeah, that'll be fun. Let me know if you do complete it as a Super World at some point. I do occasionally stream complete Super Worlds. But thank you for all the submissions today, King Chaos. I'm very happy to see multiple Koopalings. 065 redeem skip to queue. We'll pull you in just a moment. Let me just manually adjust and then make sure we get that entered properly. Need to do something on the back end here to adjust this. And then we'll be there in just a moment. And okay, let me just make sure we have the correct code. And then let me make sure the list is the right order after that. So thank you everybody else for waiting behind the skip to queue redemption. Will hopefully not take too long. And let's see what we're going to encounter this time. Very fresh upload, Rockforge facility. Swamps are being experimented on in this burning, churning facility. Burning, 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 churning, churning, churning. I don't know if you know the, I think it's the old 1960s song Wheel of Fortune. But when I saw burning, churning, that's the first thing I thought of. Okay. Then... of course, you can always bounce to Thwomp if you really wanted. Oh, bad idea. Okay. I don't like the purely decorative skewers here, by the way. That's a nice effect. And the steps, the 3D steps, as usual. Whoops. Well, of course... Oh, no, come on, come down. Oh, I guess you could just spin jump on him. It's NSMBU after all. Can we get locked here? Okay, bad idea, but... That's why we mess around. And... yeah, we'll take the spring with us as far as we can, obviously. Just see what we can do with it. Okay. And you've got this chomp in the clown car. Oh, just there to make the clown car shoot at you. Oh. Didn't outrun that one. We will, of course, try to spin on top of this guy. No spin pickups in this game, though, unlike Maker 1, so... we'll have to lose the spring to try this. Then we'll get back to it. Lots of purely decorative gooms up top as well. Just to show off how much of an entity budget you have as a traditional maker. And can we ride this out? Or we'll just run up here? Anything? No. Oh, whoops. What an easy landing, and yet we totally missed it. I mean... oh, I guess that's supposed to come down. And then... I was definitely looking at this, wondering if we could do anything special with the spring. And you're supposed to spin jump over this guy. Which means we're going to throw this first. And then I can grab it again after we spin jump across that column. Just to see what happens if we keep it. Oh, that was totally traversable on the right side too. Let's try a few things here. Oh, trying to do the grab and spin. Not necessary though, since that was just a ceiling. And we'll die anyway, so. Anyway, we're back to the start. We'll try to progress through this a little bit faster now that we have a sense of where the layout is going. But we will still try to keep this thing since we have that available. And oh. And yeah, we'll just speed through this stuff. No need to dawdle here. Wow, a very different level when you just decide to go quickly. And again, we will try to keep this a little bit far actually, but you have to ride out this column all the way down. Oh, whoops. Hit the ceiling. That's okay. Whoops. That came out of the same place it did before. I wouldn't say nowhere, but... And... let's just take this across. And checkpoint flag, after which we will not be able to keep the spring if we lose it. Oh, also a question block down here with something going on. The railings like Bowser's retirement home. Yeah, oh, very much so. If you want to, you know, backslide up the stairs the whole time, like you may or may not have done in Mario 64. Stop. We're obviously going to check this. And let's make it across. And also, if we can, I don't know if this is anything. It is. Bit of a shortcut, that's all I think. Let's not get shot by this guy. Let's just be a little careful here. We'll take top. Oh, just gotta be careful. I'm just gonna come down. But we'll get a platform out of that. I actually wonder if that can be ridden up. I feel like it should be. But I can't tell, and the thing is we don't want to get squashed by that. It is not the case. I feel like it might not be the case. You know what? There's an easy way to check. 50 coin. Okay. We will do it. As long as we don't get crushed on the other side. And elevator going up. And down these Super Mario 3D steps. Okay. Oh, nope, that... Oh, so much for the spring. I guess we're not taking it past that point. It's supposed to be wall jumps to the right, by the looks of it. Okay. The trampoline escort was fun for a while, but it seems like that's all we'll get out of it. And it didn't really allow me to skip anything or cheese anything anyway, so... But it was worth a try. Just to see what would happen. And then I guess you're supposed to take this coin here and continue. And we'll just make it across this time. Whoops. I saw that coming, I just dodged so late. Don't want to get crushed by a thwomp sideways, no. Not a great way to start the day. Oops. Oh. How come we were down to one blaster there last time? Something happened. Probably the thwomp instructing something. Okay. Probably rushing this a bit much, but that's okay. Oh, that was a close one. All the decoration makes it look more difficult. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that's pretty cleanly separated from play space. I mean, only if you're sort of still experiencing post-traumatic stress disorder from seeing P blocks on tracks and thinking that those are Kaizo throw markers or something, right? But it's pretty clear that's not that kind of level. Thing is, we don't read indicators anyway, so I don't have that problem. Hey, I actually made it here with a mushroom intact for once. That's special. Oh yeah, you see, you get over here. Shell jump. Double jump. Throw. Long jump, even though we don't have that in this style. Oops. And of course, that's where we'll take the hit. Okay, being tall here hopefully doesn't complicate things too much. This is supposed to be wall jump in that location. That's where we died previously. I feel like it's supposed to be a series of wall jumps. But we'll have to go back and figure it out. Whoops. No. Rushing that one a bit much. And let's get up here. And get out. I guess we should try the bottom path at some point. Yeah, we've seen the 50 coin. We're fine without it. Whoops, shot in the face once again. Same place as before. Luckily, right by the next mushroom. Yeah, let's not rush this one too much. You wall jump on the way over, that's the way to do it. Much cleaner, in fact. This is one thing that's a little bit harder when tall, I think. Because I would be concerned trying to wall jump up to the 30 coin about having some difficulty getting out if I'm Big Mario. Luckily, we'll be small anyway. Oh, whoops. Kevin the Light Blue Yoshi, yeah, go ahead and ask. Whether I answer will depend on the question, of course, but... Go right ahead. And we'll keep going. Okay, down the steps. Is this something progressive? Okay, we finally saw that it is. I was wondering about that one. Do I use Discord DMs for chatting? Like, not as a very, very regular thing, but if people need to get a hold of me, then... that's a good way to do it. It's my main point of contact outside of Twitch for anything with video games anyway, but there's a lot or so on your mind. Yeah, I mean, you know, if you need to ask me about something, that's perfectly fine. I'm not on Discord all the time or anything like that, though. It's mostly just something I am using in conjunction with Twitch. Okay. In general, I'm not, you know, on the internet as much as I used to be. Just use you. Lots of things to take care of offline, so. But yeah, if you need to ask me anything, you go ahead. And we'll see. But it can't be, you know, a 24-hour support line or anything like that. In the extreme. Oops. Okay. Yeah, once again, we've tried to luck with a 30 coin this time. We're happy with it. Okay, made it over, and let's see about this. Oh, I was about to say, let's see about that conveyor, and I just slipped right off the ledge. And yeah, Meg, that was definitely a moment where we felt a little bit bullied. Self-bullied. If there is such a thing, and I think we prove repeatedly on the stream that there is. Yeah, Don Dublius, I originally made that emote because it's actually... because I made a level that was all about the bully animation, essentially, entirely motivated by the bully animation in 3D World. And early on, when I was just starting my account on Twitch and getting affiliate for the first time, I thought, great, now I'll actually have emotes that I can spam when I send that level around to other streamers. So, you know, I would send the bully level around to another streamer, and I would just have my own emote ready to go, right? And it turned out to be a great emote anyway, so I just kept it. But we need to broaden the emote selection at some point. I've been saying this for years. And we know so many great artists around here, too. That I should have done it a while ago, but... okay. It's hammer time, and I guess we'll get rid of them, but unless... oh, let's not get stun locked here. Just looking at what other possibilities there are, like if we wanted... I jump over there? No. It's actually lowering the thwomp, although it's not strictly necessary, perhaps. So once you bop, now what? Then you get over. Okay. And then now we have to fight. Roy's been our boy many times today. We've seen, I think, like 3 Roy levels today already. Which is great. Roy's one of the most interesting ones to work with. Especially, like I said, we were just talking earlier today about how well-suited Roy is for 2-phase fights, where you unlock him into the room and let him start to bounce around and respawn everywhere. Whoops. Oh. Getting a little late there, and of course we just got nudged by the thwomp. Oh well. If these were the sorts of levels that came up in Endless, it would be fun. Yeah. I haven't played Endless since July 2019. I started streaming this game in 2020, and I very quickly discovered that it was the best thing that I could have done for my experience in Mario Maker as a player. Especially once you really start to network with people who are, you know, quality makers who want to make things that are fun and well put together, that I just consistently have a good experience with this game. And it's one of the nicest things about streaming this game, probably the nicest thing about streaming this game, is that just the quality of levels you get to play. If you know, curate your experience accordingly. It's just way above what you'd get otherwise. You'd get something similar if you just, you know, really network with makers that you see on other people's streams as well, of course, if you see people you like and you just play through their lists. But as a streamer, I get the additional bonus of learning about makers that I did not know about, people who are active and who are serious about wanting to get playtested. Let's not die to the THX burner, obviously. That would not be one of our finest moments. Yeah, don't do blues if you don't actively search for good levels as a garbage parade. Probably. I mean, you know, some other people are specialists in streaming Endless, so I don't have to do it. Thank you so much for offering me first clear on Rockforge facility. Looks like it was in quite a good state. And like I said, you know, we've seen, what, 3 different Roy fights today, and all of them were really kind of elaborate and well put together in their own way, and I'm very happy with what we've seen. So that 13-minute record will not stand. And thank you so much, everybody else, for bearing with the queue skip. Let's continue. Yeah, Catherine Beathard, it's a quality parade if you follow good makers. It's too bad the follow list is so tight from Nintendo. I mean, that it's capped at 100, and I constantly have to rotate people out and put their codes in on a separate notepad or something. Something like 300 would have been much more reasonable for my purposes. I would easily follow 300 makers, and then even when people drop out for a few months or even years at a time, you would still have constant stream of content. Yeah, 069, you got the idea to put the 2-stage Roy fight earlier, yeah. Yeah, I know you were asking... Was it you who were asking Neil64 earlier about confining Roy for Phase 1? I know there was some conversation in chat about that earlier. I just can't think back to that right now. But anyway, Mang, we are actually behind with Mang levels for the first time in quite a while. This is Copter Shroom Helipads from October. Derbyshire Visser getting the family plan membership to follow more makers, yeah. That works too, as long as you swap between profiles as you go. Anyway, please use the designated helipads for safe departure if you're a helicopter. Well directed by Luca, as always. I assume Luca was also involved in that Sponge game that Document mentioned earlier. Okay. Let's... let's not spike this. This is precisely what the level is trying to teach you not to do. that you spin from ground, and that if you spin from ground, then you have exactly the height that you need. And then you have to wall jump out of that one, I think. Yeah, hence the Coptershroom helipad, that you have to take off from the helipad. Or you're in big trouble. Oh, you can't wall jump out of the spin. So... let's see here. Just spin late on the one-way panel before you're through. Seems like the purpose here. There we go. Thanks so much for the follow, Don Dublius. Oh, no. We have to spin at this level. The helipad basically tells you what height you need, and you wall jump over to it so you have a fully confined jump that gives you exactly the height that you want. So there's no guesswork. Simple concept, and of course we're dying to it already. Oh, this is safe. That was surprisingly safe for a long time, wow. Okay. But I guess that's because the blasters are themselves sitting on platforms that are within the safe zone. Oops.
Oh, no.
You love the sounds there so much, yeah. Exactly the kind of sound effect subtlety that you would think that Mang would not miss the opportunity for. There we go, much better. This is going to be over here, and then we needed to do that much earlier, but that's clearly the way to do it, because then you would land on it with an additional boost going towards the right side. I read that correctly, I just read it too slowly. Yeah. Then... here we go. Oh, no, I was trying to spin into that. I was just, once again, late. Because you are supposed to spin towards the ceiling there. Obviously. Yeah, the Boom Boom cameo, of course, is something that we expect in Mang levels nowadays, and having it be an audio cameo is perfectly serviceable. Then down and back up. It seems like we're a little behind pace here. And, oh no, I was trying to jump towards this and then knock it down, so we could... Yeah, because you're obviously supposed to jump over there, boost at the coins, knock everything down, and then you have a clearly marked platform for the next jump. Like, this concept of just 100% giving the player visual clarity, right? Like, there's nothing mechanical fancy going on here apart from just taking the guesswork out of the positioning. And there is the blaster offset as well, you'll see. That's... the blaster placement has an offset that makes this work, such that you are just under the spike collision. That's part of what makes this concept work as well. It's not all 100% indication, of course. It's the offset that's making it happen. If you look at the way the blasters kind of initially drop a fraction of a tile into position, seems to be the trick here. Too late. Yeah, in general, we spent too long just floating with the propeller when we should drill down in certain locations. Go quickly. And try to gain time on the auto-scroll, which we have not taken seriously enough.
Oh, no.
Boom Boom decided to make quicker work of us that time. Okay. And we'll gotta go quick. I think the coins were actually kind of encouraging drilling down in that location. No, we actually do have to get rid of all three to comfortably get up to the platform. I guess if we hung left quickly enough, we could have still gotten around it over to the semi-solid landing zone, but that's not to risk it. We don't know what's going on. As always, with Mangs levels, things are designed in such a way that if you rush through in first cycle everything that's usually correct to do so, that there's always a speed route.
Oh no!
And I mentioned that because of the way that we could approach the wall jump when it was still off screen, and that we would actually ride the screen boundary down to the wall jump here when we were fast enough to do so. Yeah. Roll down strategically, this can be what we have to do here. Oops. Okay, fast enough for once.
Oh no!
Raise the thwomp and then use the question block to do what? Let's see. I was processing that, well, not quickly enough, obviously, but the question block is definitely part of the loop there. We just need to see what it's all about. Buy ourselves a bit more time to figure it out. No. Let's think about this for a moment, because we are supposed to drill down over there. I think you have to just bump the thwomp as the blasters are being sent over or something. Let's, yeah, redo this past checkpoint. I feel like the level is possible without a repeller? No, because of the spike collisions. Basically, like, the jump heights would not work for you. You only have so many damage boosts on the munchers, and certain jumps you just wouldn't make, even with wall jumps. Okay, that's right. That's correct. We just needed to read that for a moment. Okay. No, I feel like we weren't supposed to do that. We were supposed to wear the Buzzy hat. No, that's not the Buzzy hat. We were supposed to get rid of the piranhas, rather, and make sure we have a way forward. That's okay. That was just first reading on that segment. We were trying to do things a little bit slowly.
Oh no!
Catherine Beefheart, this is where you start taking notes. Oh, you mean from a maker's perspective, in terms of trying to see what Mang has going on? I played so many of Mang's levels, I should have been taking notes. There's always so much we want to observe about these. Because, you know, the concepts are so different every time, and yet there's a very consistent style that is understandable just as a result of the pacing and so on. But anyway, yeah, you're supposed to pop the swamp and then... Oh, from trying to beat this level. I see. You mean you made it up to that point? Okay. Oh, no. A little behind on timing here. Bit of an unnecessary hesitation. Let's try to catch up on the scroll a little bit here. Using the left side screen boundary, actually, to do a few things for us here. Oh, no. I was supposed to hit all three. And if you hit all three, it's going to sail over to the right side, knock down that piranha. What does that do for you? Knock down the piranha under the muncher on the right when you hit accurately, whoops, with the shell. Let's just take a hit here.
Oh no!
Yeah, the shell is supposed to go through the bumper. Okay, let's keep going. That's going to be a problem, but we'll make it. Not as compromising as we previously feared. Let's just take these out immediately so we're in a better position. And we're out of this half. There we go, checkpoint. Okay, so it looks like maybe... Okay, yeah, because we stand on those accurately, then that tells you that the offset on the Buzzies is the correct offset for having a helipad. And of course, yeah, we would need to land along here. It is only in that gap that we're able to get on top of the Buzzy offset when we leave the ground. Yeah, very nice elaboration of the same concept. That happens to work exactly the way it should. Very satisfying ground pound over there, actually. Oh, no, this is supposed to eliminate that. We should not have eliminated that, actually. We needed the Buzzies for the offset. Yeah, I'm impressed that, you know, there were basically two different kinds of offset here that just worked out precisely to make the spacing here work. No, you do need to eliminate all this, but you need to eliminate all this before the shells get here, so you clear a path for the shells to become accessible past the one-way panel. Or rather, before the one-way panel, because the big shell gets trapped at the one-way panel, I think. Well, let's think about this. I mean, if you want to keep the Buzzy helipad, you do need to get rid of the shell so it doesn't kill everything, right? Nope, no, too late. So I think you have to hit the shell to the right, and then you have to pound it out of there so it does not eliminate everything at the one-way panel. Because you need the Buzzies to stay alive. The little Buzzies. Yeah, you see? And then you take this. No, I have to take this out in advance. Or ground pound it in advance, rather. Yeah, really fun concept, actually. Using that one-way panel shell trap as this extra mental step that you have to anticipate. Because, you know, particularly if you played any Kaizo or so-called Kaizo Lite, like, you see so many of these one-way panel shell traps, right, all over the place, usually as a jumping off point. And so to parse that quickly as a case where you actually need to kill the shell is a really interesting moment here. That slide is so satisfying off that slope. Okay, we could have gone a little faster there, but... no, we needed to get there right away. We were too slow. Yeah, you always need to get ahead of the Buzzies and clear the path, and then use the Buzzies. That's something that is a very familiar trope from other Mang levels that we've seen in the past as well, especially a lot of the dash panel levels in 3D World and like, where you kind of have to get ahead and clear the path and prepare for the core mechanism to arrive and become relevant. We shouldn't wait for the Buzzy to get over that panel, actually. That's just a kill box for it. We don't need to wait at a one-way panel. We can always go left and go faster. Yeah, it's a very cool development of the idea. And Catherine Briefheart, again, the thing that kind of makes it work is that the offset is so consistent with the static offset on the blasters that you saw in the first section. That, you know, the mechanic has already entirely been introduced, and so it's very clear what has to happen. So, very happy to see that. And again, we don't need to wait for the small Buzzies once we eliminate the big Buzzy. That is such a great little slide on that slope. Can't get over how great that is. Okay, let's... Oh! Just slightly late. So, I think... No, this is going to be propeller. I'm reading this ahead. It has to be propeller towards the right. You hit all three, and then the spring bounces you back such that you remain safe. That's what it is. And then at that point, the Buzzy should not be that far over yet. They should still be available as a platform. So you need to get way ahead, but get way ahead with a propeller spin to take up the 3 blocks at a time. Yeah, and sometimes with the coin columns, you should take the ground pounds seriously for timing purposes. Now, we do need to bounce back accurately onto the shells and not in front of the shells. That is an important nuance there. Redux, welcome. Everything's going very well. It's my first day back in Maker in over a month, and so we're catching up on some fantastic content. You really have to play this level to understand just how good that slope is, that ground pound on that slope. I keep talking about it because it actually just feels wonderful. So it's one of those things where the game just, you know, works perfectly the way that you think it should. Oh, no, don't jump there. Need to just spin from there. So yeah, from here I'm just going to read ahead a little bit to see what's going on. And it's some thwomp activation and the like here and there. We'll see how that works when we get there. Didn't really read it quickly enough. Let's head down. Yeah, with that little deflection on the wall as well if you overslide. And what a great slide. What a fantastic slide. If you're just watching this level, it may not be apparent to you just visually, just how good that moment is. Because I'm really not joking. Oh. Oh. Maybe we need a bit more wall momentum there to really kind of cut you off on the right to left and then bounce you back. Yeah, because, you know, to bounce back on a wall makes a big difference. In fact, oh no, we don't want to stop it here. And yeah, Catherine Briefheart, if you're playing the level, definitely you understand the feeling. Okay. Oh, nope. I pounded that a little bit too close and it didn't register as a pound. Because we bopped it as we were getting into the ground pound animation. Since I was hitting it so close there. Okay. Let's see this. Oh, no, no, not like that. I wanted to just do a regular jump to hit that, not to... Although it's actually possible to maybe spin left to right through those and take it all through quickly. Maybe that's a better way to do it. But you need to wait for the buzzies regardless, so there's no reason to do that. You don't need to rush. That is in fact one of those subtle segments in the level where the player's timing is essentially resynchronized, since you don't have any flexibility when you're just going up the column. Oh, no, too late. Yeah, but basically since the buzzies have to be in a particular position for you to go up vertically here, even if you get ahead of the level slightly, you are forced to resynchronize there, which is something that we see often as something that you have to do in some of these scrolling levels, just to keep the player on track. Oh, what a miss. I was trying to ground pound into that too, and that did not work out. Okay, up we go. And let's keep going. And down, get on, get ahead, bounce back, get slightly ahead. Oh, nope. Yeah, once again, you seemingly do need wall correction there for momentum to actually get you all the way over. So we'll try to make that adjustment and make it accurately. Okay, whoops, no, too much of a stun on that ground pound there, should have cancelled out of it. Well, let's try it. And there we go. Oh, nope. Okay, a little bit behind, but maybe we can salvage this. Oh. With a spin, we probably could have salvaged it, but that's okay. Too many mistakes in a row. And we'll just have to fix it. Pop that and continue. Hill and go. Yeah, feels pretty smooth when you do get all the timings to work out. Wow, too bad about that muncher. They're just clipping us.
Oh no!
Anyway, let's keep on going. And still roughly on pace here. Nope, once again, still rounding that corner a little bit too tightly.
Oh no!
Undoubtedly, you at least got to the point you said with that propeller. Oh, you mean when you were reading the first part of the level and thinking that you could do it without? Yeah, I mean, you know. Guess we're a little bit further now. Okay. ahead. And ahead once more. No. Maybe we need to actually stop there and then get momentum running left to right. Yeah, no, we can't still be holding on to spring momentum going to the left there because we're actually taking off too soon. Perhaps. We definitely need to make some kind of adjustment to... Whoops, no. Let's not start over. Let's take a death.
Oh no!
Okay, we'll have to figure out that segment when we get there. And most of this we know pretty well at this point. Let's get over here. Yeah, that's okay. The simple solution there is what's supposed to work. No, you're supposed to just jump up and get within swamp range first. That's what it is. Or maybe do a partial spin up and ground pound out of it before you get too high. Like, yeah, you're supposed to kind of nudge up to it and then come back down after you activate the swamp. That's okay, we can do it. Particularly once we get up to this area here as a pacing tool. No, I was trying to catch up to that by using the propeller spin to get back ahead because we'd fallen behind by about a tile. Done Dublius, you hate the respawn load time in this game, but only was as fast as in Celeste. I mean, you know, Celeste has a benefit of being, for most of it, kind of a single screen-based platformer anyway, though, right? Where you don't really even see any kind of camera transition, it's just an instant respawn. Mario Maker 1, of course, additionally had the random chance of the long sound effect where you would tumble all the way down the steps into the basement of the level. Okay. Let's keep going. See, with the respawn time in this game, and what I actually use it for is to take a sip of coffee or respond to something in chat. In fact, I almost have too much of a habit of looking over in chat when it comes to moments like that. Okay. Can we? We'll do it over and over until we can. There we go.
Oh yeah!
Yeah, fantastic ending. Thank you so much for that, Mang. Always very happy to see new concepts from you that still teach us something new about this game every time, so. Yeah, lovely use of the offset. That's the second level today after that long jump one from Jushiro where we really saw some interesting offset tech in action. In a very subtle way that, you know, like I said, just looks like it's purely just about the clarity and indication, so. Let's get through the rest of the list. Catherine Beefheart, thank you so much for waiting. And let's see what you have. I know Document was praising a particular level of yours earlier. I don't know if that's the one we're playing or if it's something else. Oh, this is a new music level by Death to Spies. Yeah, we'll play this. Because it's a collab where you made the music, of course. Thank you so much for submitting this. Let's take a look. Ozzy Osbourne, Crazy Train. Music by Kathy Beeve. Def Jingle by Bowser. We were talking earlier, incidentally, about the Team Music Super World release. Someone send me the relevant code if you have it. Perhaps on a Discord. Whoops. I'm sure I can look it up myself too, but I just want to remember that I have to do that. And that we should play it. We do have a lot of Team Music regulars come by here, of course. Oh, very nice. That's an up throw. I have to sight read this pretty quickly at the pace that it's going, so. I'm actually pretty happy with how well we've been reading it so far. Okay, off switch, and then... Yeah, very readable level, in fact, except we dropped off the clown car because I was holding too far to the right. Whoops. Very satisfying for a session, actually. I'm, again, very impressed with how blind playable it is. Given how many things are going on. And we're out of section 1. Let's see what's over here. Oh, whoops. I was trying to throw it forward. We didn't quite do it. And yeah, Redux, this is quite a jam. Speaking of which, I'm just glad my audio is held up to stream. Yeah, we need to throw earlier because the thing is, that's detecting me as holding the object into the first piranha plant, which is why we're losing it. So, we're late on the throw. And then that's over here. Double hit over here. Oh no, we need to toss that in front for the platform. Read that one a little bit late. And the music really kind of makes the pacing of this level work, right? It's kind of properly frenetic. In a way that makes sense because the music is there to hype you up. Oh, nope. Trying to get the spin there, which is supposed to land you on top of the P block when the Spiny Shell has its bounce back. We didn't quite see it happen, but it's going to happen. Okay. There we go. Oh, slightly off there, but that's okay. We got it. That's supposed to be a short bounce. I saw it, but didn't control it well. Even Nintendo added music levels in Wonder. Yeah, and of course people immediately adapted those back into music levels in Maker 2. Some of the music makers I follow were really impressively quick on the button when it came to getting Piranha Plants on Parade and Ninja Disco and everything just into this game. Before I was even finished playing with Wonder, actually. Second one was a high bounce. We know that. We just missed it. It was a really obvious read, in fact, that many of the Spiny sequences here throughout are all about short bounce, high bounce. I'm kind of used to it. But yeah, there's a lot about Super Mario Wonder that makes it feel like a kind of post Mario Maker game in some ways. Where that's informed some of Nintendo's assumptions about the player base. Double hit over there. Okay, I was trying to toss the POW immediately into the thwomp. I was late. As you can see, there was a bit of an overlap on the POW. I let go and the thwomp hit me, so we just need a faster release. I saw it coming, I just didn't execute well. Oops. Let's keep going. Yeah, I guess that little nudge there on the bomb instead of a throw worked out perfectly well. Not something I want to rely on, though. Whoops. Let go just a bit early that time. Let's keep going. And down. Double. And neat little boo ring enforcing that at the end there. You're welcome. Well, thank you so much for that one. And yeah, lovely work on the music track. Like I said, really kind of drives the pace of the level, you know, where you don't really feel like you're hanging on by the seat of your pants with the speed of the auto scroll because it feels appropriate to the track, right? Like you're kind of at tempo. So, thank you so much for that, and let's keep going. Kevin, the light blue Yoshi is still here. Let's put you in. Let's see if this was one of the ones we were working on or another one. Fire Sticks and Hammer Brothers Sky. Here's a level. Hope you all enjoy. Alright, let's see it. This is 2.75. It's more appropriate to this stage that it was streamed in the double shell jump level. That took me 4 full weeks earlier in the year. I mean, 4 separate weeks of submissions, I should say. Whoops.
Oh, no.
He's got the high ground. Always reminds me of this thing that was very early on in Mario Maker 2, where someone made a level that was literally just a lava level that had a hammer,
Oh, no.
you know, slightly elevated to zone you out of hitting the axe, and it was entitled "It's Over, Anakin." I just thought it was, well, as you can tell, you know, many years later, it's still just the most memorable thing about Hammer Brothers zoning you out from the high ground. Anyway, down the pipe. Yeah, this is purely a zoning level. We can't overshoot that hammer, though. Well, and the thing is that the whole thing about that level was that the clear rate was absolutely abysmal. Like, everybody was just dying to it. Because, as it turns out,
Oh, no.
Hammer Brothers on high ground are no joke. Anyway, let's just take them out patiently, perhaps. And then that will allow me to progress. And still with the mushroom in tow, which is an improvement. Oh, can't miss though. Not allowed to miss.
Oh, no.
Look at that little body block there. That Looks like he's practicing for the goalkeeper role in Super Mario Strikers. Currently occupied by Boom Boom. Formerly occupied by Kremlings. Oops. Yeah, you want to do a little clear rate test on the Hammer Brother? Yep. Very likely to be... what's this? What is that?
Oh no!
How can we hit a dead end there? What's... Okay, that was a surprise. Interesting. Interesting. Secret troll level? No, we're not. Maybe we're just missing something obvious.
Oh no!
And you see, you just know that Kevin the Light Blue Yoshi here is sitting on this mountain of clips of streamers hitting that wall and reacting to it. You just know. Oops. Unless I'm just missing a block or something. And didn't see it, but we will find out. Yeah, I keep missing this guy. This
Oh no!
is maybe becoming a bit of a consistent problem. Maybe long jump in the main area from the pipe. What do you mean long jump? This is NSMBU. Oh. Watch out for that jump. Here. Oops.
Oh no!
A long jump. Yeah, okay. I kind of parsed that immediately as, you know, not a long jump, a long jump. In the 3D style. Sort of interesting how certain things about the 3D Land of Mario games are kind of very mechanically consistent. That was maybe the first thing that immediately jumped out at me about NSMB on DS when it was originally released, was how much it was starting to reincorporate from the 3D games in terms of ground pounds and wall jumps and so on. That, you know, these were things that were bringing it in line with Super Mario Sunshine and before the 64, although I'm sometimes surprised to discover which things originated in Sunshine rather than 64
Oh no!
when it comes to some of the 3D mechanics that we take for granted. I should actually replay Sunshine at some point. I have the All-Stars collection here on Switch. I just haven't really spent much time with it. You looked up the level and level viewer? Yeah, I feel like it's a trick. I don't tend to look up level viewer when I'm streaming, so I'm not going to spoil it, but yeah, there's definitely something going on here.
Oh no!
I may dip out to more info, though, but it might be disguised for the main screen. I try not to go by level viewer, but I try to go by, you know, the available information in-game, which includes stocking more info. But
Oh no!
pipe over there, that's interesting. But it doesn't seem reachable with the jump from my position. But it may be that there's something else you have to hit to create that path. Whoops.
Oh no!
But clearly there is a path. Clearly there is something that's rather far out. And it might be just an exit to another segment. You know, where you have to enter the pipe and then enter another pipe that is well hidden that will spawn you over there, rather than just jumping straight across. But basically we have the visual information and know that there is a continuation here in the main world that's not separated by a wall or anything. Yeah, so that looks like a potential exit pipe. We'll go back inside the first parts. How far back are you, Hypercat? Let me take a look. Oh, you're next. Okay. Hypercat, you know, if you really have to go, I can maybe rotate you in and come back to this one. I'm going to look at more info first to take a look at what we're dealing with. I prefer not to have outside information as a thing, but it looks like there is something that's going to be reachable from the... yeah, we've been looking for a green pipe in the second part of the level. It might be something that's well hidden. It might not be. But it seems like structurally, from what we can see in the main world, that it should be something simple. Unless it's, you know, hidden block path that goes from pipe to pipe. I don't think it will be, although there's no wall, so can't really tell. Catherine Beefheart, here's the Team Music World code. Yeah, thank you so much. I'll jot that down. Yeah, Hypercat will try to rotate you in since you're next. I do want to check the subworld here quickly, though. If Kevin is okay with it, we might rotate over just so. Because I keep Hypercat waiting all the time. It's something we try not to do too extremely. The pipe really could be anywhere.
Oh no!
If it's... yeah, because we scanned the wall... no, Hypercat, that's not for the queue. That's to answer a question I asked earlier. The queue is closed anyway. I was asking Catherine Beefheart earlier what the Team Music World code was. And that's the answer. Yeah, we know there's the second pipe coming out of this section. We just need to find it. You know, if this were Mario Maker 1, of course, you just reverse through the pipe because you know it's a pipe stack situation. Instead, we'll foolishly do this and respawn all the hammers. We'll see if the camera reveals anything for us here.
Oh no!
I won't be in awe when I find a solution. Yeah. Could just be a hidden block somewhere, but...
Oh no!
I mean, if we have to kind of basically guess our way to it, scan every corner with a camera, then well, we'll see. But yeah, there was no unless it's just a lot of invisible blocks, there's no way to get pipe to pipe in this section that we can detect, so it'll have to be a pipe that's in this section. Whoops.
Oh no!
Let's just try to get back to that back wall and see, because it looks like at that point, you know, the level's scrolling you up by enough that it could be something at ground level that's out of view. We don't know if it's something high or something low. Yeah, whatever. Oh, whoops. No. Let's go back. So, some kind of trickery here is afoot. Let's just get back to that wall and see what we can explore from there. So we know that there's no pipe in the lower part down here. At least it doesn't seem that way. Might be the left side wall, perhaps. See, there's nothing under that platform. Yeah, if it's just guesswork, I don't know. It's funny because we were just talking about how Super Mario Wonder is kind of clearly post-Maker, and one of the things you'll recall about Super Mario Wonder, of course, is those invisible block hunt levels that were clearly designed for co-op with multiple characters to reveal the hidden blocks. And of course, as a solo player, it's literally just a pixel hunt, and is clearly the weakest part of the game. Yeah, if it's literally just guessing a path that's off screen, we might get it, but we're not going to get it soon. Have to go at the end of the sub area. It's probably just hidden blocks, like maybe even wall jump up to it. And we'll make one more run at it so we can check that back wall. But whoops. Yeah. Let's just see. And yeah, Andy, that would be the kind of twist that could very well be the case for all we know. But then the clear rate wouldn't be this high. It has to be something that, you know, is actually not too difficult to reproduce. We'll see. Oops. I wonder if maybe we needed to be tall in order to hit whatever this is. Not very clever, you're saying. It's a triple jump, maybe. I mean, it's in SMBU. Chances are it could be a triple jump. But then we don't see anything on camera. Oh, never mind. It's not a triple jump. It is, however, a whole lot of hammers that are probably going to kill us. Alright, I guess we have to stick it out for the clear. And where's the exit point here? Oh, I didn't see it. Okay, no, it's actually... This is a vertical climb zone, then. This is it's 2 screens wide. This is actually just a vertical subworld in its entirety, but luckily we kill everything. There's a flower here. I'm just looking at the background in case any of this is relevant. We have to check every tile. We have to check every tile. Yeah. And not drop under the fire. And survive the hammers, since there will be more. Oh, squirrel. Okay, now we're potentially in business. Glad we caught that. I guess we should float over to see what's going on. Okay, there's a pretty high point up there. I feel like we needed to get a high bounce off of this guy, actually, and that we may have compromised something. Oh, we're not. We're still doable with or without the squirrel. Just a little more sensible without. Oh. Okay, guess we'll... No more steps. Time is actually going to become an issue here before too long. That's okay. We'll just have to deal with it. It keeps going. Okay. at least it's reliably at the end of the platform and not just somewhere else totally chaotic. Do we need a squirrel here? Don't tell me we needed a squirrel here. No. It's not that mean.
Oh no!
Okay. We may have to go back to it for the clear, but I do want to catch Hypercat's level before Hypercat has to go. So thank you for waiting. I hope we're not running too tight here. Kevin and Light Blue Yoshi, I'm perfectly willing to go back to that one for the clear. Okay. Yeah, you can stay? That's good. We'll bump it up for the time being. We will, like I said, now that we know the path, it's something I will actually work on at some point. But we have enough of a queue left today that I just want to make sure people get played first. Okay. Finding Perrette. Perrette is missing since a long time. Discover where she is and rescue her. Oh, this is another one with the robot thumbnail that I do remember from another Hypercat level. Recurring character. No, Kevin, I'm just accelerating. We don't set a timer, as you know. I'm just accelerating a Hypercat's level here, just because I might have to run off, and I knew the clear rate would likely be comparatively high. But oops. Let's actually run across for once, and not lower the clear rate too much. Yeah, no, Kevin and Blue Yoshi will definitely go back to that level at some point to get the clear, especially now that we know the path. It's a loss for now. It doesn't mean we won't go back to it. Oops. Shouldn't have abandoned that SMB2 shroom. We could have used it. Oh, that works too. I feel like in a lot of levels there are a lot of things that could be manipulated, if not necessarily cheesed, by using SMB2 to move the red Koopas that fire the cannons, that you can just create a lot of opportunities for yourself. I feel like there's concept waiting to happen with some of that. I think we need to use this as a lift on top of the... No, because we need to soft drop it down. You can't really soft drop it now. I guess you just kill the Thwomp, maybe. Unless... Well, you'd need to get on top of this one for sure. I don't want to do that, actually, but... Let's think about this. But I would want something to stand on. Such as... No, it wouldn't be that. Or we could also try to leave the pipe. Won't be that. The POW takes care of that Thwomp that is up top. And there's a... Which I think we have to take a point of damage. I think we have to take a point of damage to ride that up. But we'll take the POW regardless. And try to ride the Thwomp. Whoops. Yeah, one moment. Let's try to get that helmet again. And grab another POW. Whoops. Oh, that's interesting. Oh yeah, the bomb is going to be for the right side. Yeah, I guess maybe we're supposed to. Well, we'll see what to do with that. Okay, works for me. I said works for me. Come on. No. And is it saying oomph over on this side too? Yes, it's a double oomph. This looks totally breakable with a bomb. We just can't carry a bomb over here quickly enough. From what we were saying. There is... The key door is just part of the face. I don't think it's an actual key door, given there's nothing to stand on. However, if we lift this shell using the lift down below, then the shell is going to bust through the hard blocks for us. Oh, there we go. Oh, I totally misread that. Yeah, because the track is actually just a drop off. Never mind. I mean, I guess if we had the SMB2 mushroom, this would be a different story. Which means we should try to get it. You're saying this is not the same character, okay. Inspired by a pyrocynical? Do I know what a pyrocynical is? Is it somebody who's cynical about fire? Or am I just totally missing something obvious? Anyway, we need SMB2 to carry a big shell up, and we just carry a big shell up the whole way. Well, SMB2. So much for that. I wonder if this is still clearable for me then. Let's take a look. Because we would need to send a shell up. I was hoping we'd just carry one up. And... yeah, you better hope nobody too prudish who, like, reports the character to Nintendo. But... anyway, missing... Perrette. And yeah, well, we found Perrette. There's a checkpoint in the blue pipe, I see. And also, what is this? We didn't actually look at this. 50 coin segment over here, with a couple of lifts. Maintenance passage, I suppose. And it just loops back here, I see. Oh, if you have the helmet, you can go through there. In fact, if you backtrack with the helmet, you could probably push through the thwomp. I don't know if that's something we would want to do, or if we're able to backtrack like that. Possibly not. Oh, we totally can. Well, let's see. Let's get to the helmet segment. Let's see how reversible things are. Oh, oops. That's okay, we just need the helmet. We don't really even need SMB2. Come on. Oops, and we lost it. That's fine, we can get more. Okay, we're going to try it. Then there is a cloud. And oh, there's the SMB2 mushroom. Okay, so we want Mecha Koopa cheese on anything. Anyway, we're going to check that spot with a thwomp. I want to see what it is. Yeah, we'll just go straight to this area here. Oh, that's nothing. That is actually a lock. We are locked. Okay, well, now we know. Wonder what that's all about then. I guess that was not intended. Whoops. Oops. Hang on. Let's get a proper run going. And let's just get back to where we found Perrette earlier on. And grab a helmet. Several paths to the first checkpoints, yeah. Looked like it. So you were saying you have to roll the POW. Oh, I see. You have to have the POW fall on top of the thwomp gently with the conveyor instead of just trying to pick it up immediately. Yeah, we should have actually looked at this carefully. You know, I have the SMP2 mushroom, and my first instinct is to just always pick up the POW. So that's what happens when you do that. Whoops. Let's just grab another helmet. Or I gotta pick that up. That's okay. Good to have some extra protection on that. Oh, nope, hang on. You know, we totally could have had the thwomp set on top of the helmet and the POW would still have been accurate. So. That's okay. No, that's good. Okay, let's not mess around too much. Let's just toss it. And yeah, the next one's too far away for a bomb, like I said. We will have to do it with a big shell. So is this completable if you no longer have access to SMB2? That's the thing. Because it might not be. And let's get over here. Oomph. Okay, a bit of a state switch over here for some reason. We don't know what yet. Also, looks like it's first pull up top here. Always wear protection, yeah. Pretty much. Well, let's take a look here. Where's the imps going? We have bombs available on that side. We have an on-off passage that is down below on this side, which also kind of merges up here. Oh, okay. Wouldn't that just blow things up, though? Yeah, we just need to get within spawning range of that, but then we would despawn, right? Yeah, I know it despawns past this point. But then it becomes a toggle switch once you actually get over that side, so the bombs here could just be hard work talking. Oop. And same with this platform. You know what? Let's actually go to the pipe. Okay, checkpoint. And that continues, I see. Oh, that's why you were telling me it was a checkpoint with blue pipe, because it actually is the continuation. Or not, it's actually just wrapping around the back. On this end here. Nothing inside a red pipe, though. That we could see. Let's... Yeah, it loops around. I'm just looking at this, wondering if there's anything else that we're going to be hitting using bombs or the big shell. We'll have to find out. Well, we knew that we could get within camera range of the switch toggle down below. And how do we do that? How do we lower the camera far enough? Let's try to, whoops, go down. Oh, also, you can just, if you get a key, then you can actually use this to enter the door. So we should think about something that's holding a key. Because somebody could be holding a key, unless it's a block that we need to hit or something. We've got bombs. Yeah, it looks like there is a key here. Oh, I see. The character saying "oomph" because she's supposed to be gagged? Okay. So I guess we just need to kill everything and find out which one. In 50 seconds. Just dunk everything, I guess. I mean, it might be the dry bones, actually. Because that is something that you would need to kill using something that you would have to deflect into it. By the looks of it. I think it's going to be the dry bones. We're out of time. We'll just take the death. Yeah, we shouldn't take out the one that brings you to the door, but we can always respawn it, right? We can always just go through... Whoops, let's get the mushroom. We can always just loop around the pipes to respawn anything we need to respawn. I feel like it's going to be dry bones. We'll go for it. Yeah, the level does seem like it kind of locks you out if you lose SMB2, but maybe I'm wrong about that. Yeah, that's why we want to get down below here. Because you're supposed to hit from that platform. Or alternatively from this platform. So. There we go. As I suspected. That's a very decorative use of the single use tile spike block. Straight out of the painting L'Origine du Monde, if you know it. Free my most... Oh, through my hostage. Through my hostage, okay. Oh, we should have just used the hammer here too. Oh, oops. Luckily, we'll get the SMB2 mushroom back right away. And then... How dare you? Luckily, we'll just pick up them all. We learned a lesson about that. Oh, I can see it's the Bowser statue that's saying, how dare you. Okay, we'll pass the checkpoint room. And then we'll need to read this backwards. You will die, won't we all? Okay. We don't have SMB2 anymore though, so that is a bit troublesome in this particular style. Oh, there we go. Mushroom. Is it progressive though? Will we get SMB2 out of it second? Yes, we will. As we would have to. Come on. Drop some bombs. Oh. We should actually wear that helmet since we can. Let's just grab it. And we can even just use a shell instead of anything else. Just bump him until we're done. Okay, let's get over here. That's going to be quite a lot of hits here. Unless we actually do explosion damage. It's okay. There we go. And what can we blast? There's no key. I thought we were going to get a key, but I guess we just fly up to the blue pipe. And that'll be it. Bump until it's done. You think that's from Doom? Yeah. Unless you put in the, you know, wall clip cheat code or something, then you don't bump into anything until you're done. Thank you. We can get a heart out of the deal here. You got a piece of heart. Oh, and okay, that's maybe not the thing I expected to die to today, but there's something allegorical in there. Of all the things we're going to lose to. Very fitting. But we'll get more SMB2 out of the deal and enough power-ups to just damage boost away over until we need to work through Bowser once more. Do you think it's possible to skip the Bowser fight? Yeah, it might be. Because you could do a high jump off the shell, actually. I think a high jump might be able to reach. I didn't know because I was hoping that it would give me a key or something, because that's the natural thing to assume. You'd think I would have... Yeah, no, actually, off one tile, one additional tile off the helmet is enough. But you'd need to zone Bowser way out of the way. And grab a helmet so you actually get it to respawn at the pipe. Okay, maybe we shouldn't have bumped it like that. Quite so aggressively. Okay, there we go. You know what? We'll lose SMB2 and we'll get through there anyway. Okay, let's not die to the bush this time. Whoop, there we go. Anyway, thank you for that, Hypercat. And let's keep on going. Don Duplius, thank you for waiting so long. Glad to pull you up at last. Climb to Super Player Summit. Put on Reach for the Summit from Celeste soundtrack while playing. Very new level with no clears yet. We don't necessarily expect to be first, with so many plays already on it, but let's see how we do. Okay, so, I mean, like with Celeste, it's going to be a whole lot of wall sliding, I guess. And possibly even some... Oh, maybe a spin wall jump there actually would have been fine. Maybe not that angle, though. Like, as it's pushing over, perhaps? No, the angle's not great. I think a regular wall jump might be better, if you twirl your way down. or even have to ground pound your way down. Maybe. Oops, we just need a better angle off the wall side there too. Start getting some wall jumps going down below. Yeah, because you actually need to land pretty precisely. You have to slide practically off screen and then land on top of the coin to lower the blaster column and then wall jump all the way back up, which might involve wall jumping off of the column moving left and right. We'll try to route it out. I can tell already that, especially with so many pink coins on the top right, we're probably not going to get that far, but yeah, at least Team 0% has some work to do. I feel like it's possible to maybe continuously wall jump on the left if it's moving at that speed, but we can't have it confused with a spin wall jump, though. I was hoping to maybe jump, twirl, and stall our way. But it might not work. This is a Team 0%? Oh, no, but it's at 0%. It's a very new upload from a few days ago. So somebody will get it someday. You see, this is already feeling quite a better. But it seems like we would need to make use of the top platform after a series of wall jumps in order to make it over the next bit. So yeah, it's not that bad. You just need to slide into a good position. It's not that bad yet, rather. There are, once again, no clears on this just yet. And a lot of coins to pick up eventually. So, let's see what we can do. Since it is running pretty late in the stream, though, just so you're aware, I probably won't grind it super, super long. Just so you know. We'll try to get past some of the early obstacles and have a sense of progress, but we might not push that hard. I usually like to run about 4 hours, and of course we consistently go over. Well, let's keep trying. Oh. Yeah, you kind of need to be right at the bottom of that, but then get off before you hit the spike. If you tempted a wall jump in, yeah, of course. Wouldn't want a long jump in or something silly like that. So yeah, you do need the platform to be at a particular location, but then looks like your wall slide timing has to be pretty accurate to make that happen. It's the same kind of wall jump as on the way over the first time, but you don't get much of a choice of timing if you're busy sliding between the ice blocks. But it is the exact same kind of jump off of that column over 3 blocks. Those spikes. But how repeatable is that? I guess we'll find out. Yeah, because you do need a bit of a wall slide against that without dropping off. And it'll be a wall jump over to the icicle after that. Went pretty well this time, actually. If you miss, you pretty much just have to stall with wall jumps until you get another opportunity. 500 seconds on the clock shouldn't be too time sensitive, but we don't know. We'll just keep on going with this. Whoops. And yeah, once you get over to the icicles, then we'll See what the next challenge is. But yeah, you pretty much have to be a half tile off the bottom of that before you get to the spike. So that's accurate. That was also accurate, actually, if we just... Vera did a left a little more precisely on that last jump. This is looking doable. This part here is looking approachable. Of course, we haven't even seen the first of 10 coins just yet, so we might just be barely scratching the surface. Whoops. Laugh at me, will you? Interesting one up there. Nope, I was trying to wall jump back and forth over here as well to get over, and then we have a snowball on a track in the next segment. That's interesting. Yeah, we kind of know what we're going for with that first platform now, at least. It's a very, very long level yet. Not something to consume in one stream, but we'll try to hit a meaningful landmark. There's 8 checkpoints. Oh, I see, with some splitting tech and state management. Yeah, because, yeah, if you're looping through checkpoints while preserving, you know, even with a hub structure or something, if you're looping through checkpoints while preserving the coin collection, that makes sense. To have that feel like 8 checkpoints. Okay. Nope. Once again, I was trying to salvage that with wall jumping off the sides below the spikes, but we're not that accurate when starting to run on the icicles. So we'll try to make it out of this zone. Oops. Let's go back over. There we go. Now, this looks like we need to kind of align ourselves straight up in a piranha plant. And the idea is that you need the snowball to eliminate it. Full jump on that will get you over. And after that, is that wall jump or spin wall jump? Oh, whoops, no, you can't veer too quickly. You have to stay aligned in that spot. We'll push on it a little further. And we'll see what we can accomplish. Anyway, let's get the timing back. We had a particular timing that worked. I would slide right down to about a half tile off the bottom here, but that works. Trick to these levels is to try to find something consistent. Yeah, I probably am underusing the twirl, that's true. Because I don't want to accidentally spin wall jump if I'm in a bit of a tighter situation. Because if you land on top of the snowball, then what? I need to think about this track pickup here. Oops.
Oh no!
Whoops. Okay, that was surprisingly salvageable. Oh, whoops. No, once again. Trying to press into the wall too soon. Well, we'll see what we can do about that snowball. Oops.
Oh no!
Yeah, I assumed it was a pickup because we know what the snowball would be used for with the piranhas on the left, on the right side rather, but landing out of that safely though will be probably a bit tricky. Oops, overshot. No, let's catch the next one. Nope.
Oh no!
Hard to synchronize that opportunity if you miss it. Too late.
No! Oh no!
Okay,
Oh
nope,
no!
not quite. Yeah, we'll try to get to the snowball.
Oh no!
We can. Might not be able to survive past it very long.
Oh no!
Okay. There we go. Let's not veer too soon here on the wall jump. Yeah, you're supposed to kind of double twirl on the way down, I think, to kind of have a nice soft diagonal back to the right after the snowball pickup. We just didn't do that very well. Okay.
Oh no!
Yeah, I can see what I'm supposed to do. It looks like it will be. Probably at least double twirl unless we really fix our momentum issues there.
Oh no!
We'll see what we can do with it.
Oh no!
Yeah, I'm glad you enjoyed the commentary. It's actually the microphone. I just have a very nice mic. Not even that expensive or anything. It was just very precisely chosen, I guess, when I was first shopping for streaming equipment.
Oh no!
But yeah, very happy with my choice of microphone. I'm sure my voice can naturally take some credit for that too, but, you know, we don't find it our place to judge, so. Whoops. Oh, once again, my habit is just kind of veer against the wall a little too soon, and that's exactly what the spikes are placed to punish. Oops. Once again, just maybe going a bit risky with that wall jump there, and falling off the lip of that column. We still needed to be alive a bit. Again, we should sustain our horizontal position with the way that the NSMBU twirl works, that it gives you a little bit more horizontal spacing that we should be taking advantage of. Yeah, Kevin Leblioji, we'll see if we have time to get back to yours after the last one today. I'm running quite a bit over time at this point, so I don't know. But obviously, if I can, I will. Since we were kind of partway through it, and it seemed pretty approachable, it's just that we'll sometimes have some big resets from hammers that are deep into the level, so I will see. I don't want to get your hopes up too much, because it really depends on how late we go with this level and the next if Andy is still here. Again, trying to twirl our way forward, but we're pulling back a little bit too much. You have to have really good control over your directional changes in a level like this one, because it is going to matter. Oh, I thought I was going to escape past the icicle, and that was, of course, an accidental slip. Why do we... Yeah, I actually wonder if that is reversible just from a single wall jump, but I prefer not to risk it. We should take advantage of the jump that we already know exists. Yeah, it's not even particularly tight. Just need to be cautious, and once again, a little late on the second twirl. I feel like I do need two, at least, just to get the momentum correction in. Okay. There we go. Oh, oops. Yeah, once again, I'm always just anticipating that couple of frames too soon. And that's feeling pretty comfortable at this point, most of the time. There we go. And then we just jump over. Well, a little better than that, perhaps. Yeah, that was just a control issue. But hey, we made progress. I'm pretty happy with that progress. Even if it is just the first tiny part of the level before we have even seen the checkpoint hub. See right away, in fact, this whole platforming segment is how low it actually is on the entity budget. Hence why this level can sustain a lot of content beyond this point. Okay. Nope,
Oh
once again.
no!
I actually wonder if it's going to be maybe spin wall jump instead of just going spin to spin, depending on the spacing there. We just need to not spin so high as we did before. Oh, whoops. I was trying to go for the wall again, and we missed. Well, we'll see how far we can push. Whoops. Okay, there we go. Straighten out rather well there. Let's be careful. Yeah, the first roll needs to be nice and early. Okay, good. And it's just wall jumps up. We need to be careful with the spikes up top, though. Oh, whoops. Too much sliding back and forth. That's not even that hard. That bit there. Actually, mechanically speaking, everything has been pretty approachable so far. It's not super precise around the corners. It's not extremely difficult to execute or anything, but it is a lot of consistency that's required over a long stretch. And so I feel like if the rest of the level is in line with the difficulty we've seen so far, that this is quite doable for us. We just need
Oh no!
probably a much more concerted effort at some point, like a much longer session to push through the whole thing properly. Oops.
Oh no!
And of course, lots of room for error in the meantime. Lots of room for us to commit errors in the meantime.
Oh no!
Okay, let's just try it again. Nope, too low.
Oh no!
Yeah, let's keep on going up here. And almost a little bit late on the second one. Did I get past the snowball? Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Oops. I'll try to recreate that. We might not go much further than that today, though. But we'll try. As I was just saying, everything seems mechanically very doable for me. It's just that it requires enough consistency that it's going to be a long-scale effort. Yeah, we got past this cluster of piranha plants here. Oops.
Oh no!
Okay, let's try it again.
Oh no!
Yeah, first checkpoint isn't too far, so it might be possible. We'll see. We'll find a comfortable place to claim that we made progress today. Oh, whoops. No, I didn't expect to land on the icicle. I was expecting to jump off of it and wall jump out. Yeah, we'll see how we do. Again, I might have to work on this more concertedly. Oops. Again, I always veer just a little too early. Just bad habits. Or rather good habits in most platforming contexts, just not this one. Steadily learning it anyway. Oh, missed it completely. But yeah, I discovered that having the first twirl really quite high and leaving myself ample room and time for the second twirl does get me through the snowball.
Oh no!
Let's see what we can do here. No, way too far over.
Oh,
Need to be somewhat exact there. We did get it before.
oh no!
Okay, let's see. Oops.
Oh no!
As long as we get more consistent attempts to get up to that point, we could make some kind of breakthrough. Oops.
Oh no!
One moment here. We had this, we're just starting to lose it. Yeah, the wall just stops us a bit over here. Okay, let's watch the timing. There we go. Then, no, we got through this before. The spacing does need to be rather controlled, but we know we can do it. Oops,
Oh no!
late on the jump. Oops.
Oh no!
Yeah, if we can get one more attempt to at least pass the piranha plants, that would be good.
Oh no!
Since we know we could do it. And it does take practice. No, way too soon.
Oh,
Yeah, I was observing that as well at Don Dulius, that you need to be consistent over a long scale, but everything here is
oh no!
very much in the range of standard platform and tech. It's just that you need to be
Oh no!
careful and consistent about it the whole way through. Comes to knowing when not to slide too far, for instance. Oops. Let's do this again. Oops. No, just couldn't find the right pocket of timing that time. After we missed the first opportunity.
Oh no!
Well, we'll see. Oh, whoops.
Oh no!
Overcorrected there. Nope.
Oh no!
Stalled a little too long. Yeah, first cycle on that platform doesn't work out pretty well. Oh, whoops. Again,
Oh,
veering too quickly. We've done it so many times, just like that at this point. Failing, just like that.
No. Oh no.
Yeah, like I said, one more clean run at the snowball. Gotta get that much done.
No. Oh no. Oh no.
Anyway, let's just get back into the pattern properly and shake out some of the bad attempts. Careful with this one. Oh, almost a bit late on the second one that time after the pickup.
Oh no.
But we'll try to fix it.
Oh no.
Too early. Or rather, too far to the left. Yeah, you really do need to plan ahead for where this column is going to be when you wall jump everywhere, and so much flexibility to wall jumping when it comes to stalling and sliding and so on that you need to be pretty deliberate about the timing you want. Okay, good. Let's mind our headroom on this time. Then this is a series of wall jumps up to the snowball, and we need to be careful with the spikes. Oh, we're not careful with the spikes. That's the same place that was the maximum extent of where I'd been previously.
Oh no.
Dying to such a simple thing, too. No, way off.
No.
Not even close that time.
Oh,
Bad angle. A little bit too low off the ice block, in fact.
Oh no.
Okay, one more good attempt and we'll probably have to postpone for today, but it's a fun level so far. We'll definitely try to take a crack at that clear, even if we're not in time to be first.
Oh no.
We'll just watch ourselves carefully here. Oh, one for shot.
No.
Yeah, that works. Nope, too late.
Oh no.
Too late on the first one. We need a lot more height as we round the corner. Okay, let's get ready. I must have clear checked this so many times, by the way. Particularly if it's a hub structure.
Oh no.
Rather had to redo so much of this. Yeah, you sent this level to a couple of people and realized not too many are comfortable with SMBU. Yeah, it depends on how good a feel they have for it. People who can do it well can really do it well. Because there's so much shit's, you know, muscle memory and reading angles and just having a good intuition for the style. Okay, here we go. Controlled jump. No, poorly controlled. I mean, a single controlled jump is the way to do it. It does get you over, but we need to predict it a little more accurately when it comes to spacing. Okay. There we go. Control jump. There we go. Then let's mind the spikes. On the way down this time. Okay, this is a new record. Cannonball. Yeah, we need to not get trapped on one of the panels. That means that we need to... I'm just wondering if we should get ahead of it. No, we need to kind of bounce back towards it. Nope. That's gonna be death. Okay, there's a key at the end here. I'm good with the progress we made today. I am absolutely willing to go back to this one. Again, we may have to put in a more dedicated effort at some point. 8-minute clear check on it, but that's because you're doing it as the complete set, so that's not really surprising that you would have rammed it so full. Yeah, pretty close to CP1, and, you know, I feel like if the... As I was saying, possibly while you were AFK, if the difficulty of execution in the level is similar to what we've seen so far, it's doable. It's just a matter of putting in the time and being able to sit down long enough to keep the checkpoints and so on. But I had fun with what I saw. There's quite a lot of interesting ice platforming problems, or NSMBU platforming problems that are being presented in a very small space with lots of variety, so certainly very promising for the rest. Okay, thank you so much. And like I said, that's perhaps not the last we'll see of that one. I'm not staying on much longer. We'll see if Andy is still here. I do see Andy on the list of people who may or may not still be lurking. So let's take a look at the code at least and see how manageable this is. If Andy could check in, that would be preferred, of course, but we'll make a determination as to how long we stick with it. This is nearly a 10%. Yeah, we'll do it regardless. And if Andy's AFK, we'll hopefully be able to catch it. Yeah, thank you for waiting so long, Andy. It is your turn finally, and you've been here all day. A strange pipe and bizarre blizzard leads Mario to another dimension. Mario's neglected home. Let's see. Totally read that as neglected home. Close enough. Coin up there. Sure, let's ride this out. And are we getting anything from this? Looks like it's exit only. Exit once we have a mushroom to bust through that. Do this for that matter, so. Yeah, this pipe has a mushroom next to it. Perhaps it tells me that we can get a mushroom. Unless it's telling me I need a mushroom, but no, I think we'll get one. I can climb up here for some reason. No reason. Let's just keep going. Okay, there we go. And, well, I think we just walk it over, right? Hang on, no, it's a one-way panel. We can't walk it over. It's already been sent over. So then we need a mushroom to bust through that. So what is the Goomba going to do for me? Let's take a look. Maybe we just stomp it. No. This is totally a scroll break on right, perhaps. Yeah, no, we need to spawn something. Oh, we need to spawn the mushroom. We just need to move the mushroom. Sometimes the simple answer is in fact correct. Anyway, now we're able to get a little further. And see what's in here. Don't know if there's anything above the thwomp. I can't see, so maybe I shouldn't assume there's any headroom above it. It's a potential locking risk, in fact, if you get above it, unless there's a bit of drop out. Okay, let's run all the way up. And then this shell. So we'll just spin it. And power up. You know, we can camp him. Maybe if he gets down. Good concept for a fight, for sure. Well. Just bounce him. And there we go. Kind of missing the boss music? Yeah. I guess mentally you do kind of expect it, but, or at least some kind of sign of a state change that's going to be there, but we'll see what we can do with the cave. Oh yeah, there was something up there. I think it was just when we came through. There's going to be a switch mechanism over here, and of course, yeah, this taps this way. Okay, lights. And oh, that was a bad slip for no reason. We're fully powered up too. That's okay. Past the locked door at this point, so we'll just be doing the second half here. No, we'll go back to this room. We will, of course, bust this just in case we need it later. And again. And yeah, Lush Fun, welcome. We've already been running way over time today, so I can't take any more levels, but we do stream somewhat often at this time on this day. This is usually around a time when we're past closing, though. What are we even doing here? Oh, I see. Okay. And thank you so much for the follow. Whoops. Got a bit there. And we did lose the cape, but the state switch allows me to get through here. And through here. Whoops. Totally missed this. We can hit B switches as long as we need, and then whoops. Should have just gone back at that point to work out a better timing. Anyway. Nobody back here, though. One way. Okay, let's see. Room. Let's not just walk off the edge like we did last time. Yeah, this bit here, we just happen to really find it. Oh, no. Okay, back here and then forward. And let's... whatever. Let's keep going. Okay, got the P-switch is going. Whoops. Let's tap it again and start over. Nope. Work out. And goal is there already? Oh, I was hoping there would be something over here, but like a special secret. That's okay. Nothing in the pipe. Okay, thank you so much. Andy, that's pretty much the queue. I'm trying to assess if I have enough time to stay for redoing the hammer level. We'll make a few attempts on it. Kevin and Likely Yoshi will go back to yours, but I can't necessarily stay that long if we do take a lot of long deaths. But since we know the path and it's still fresh in memory, let's do it and see what we can make happen. Try to keep power-ups this time so we don't have to be quite so exact about dodging. And yeah, thank you so much once again, Andy, for the level. And oh, that was close. Really close. Yeah, we were actually running into time trouble last time as well. That was one of the issues. Okay, that was also too close. We made it. Oh, whoops, no. Too bad. Surprisingly easy to miss this, even if you think you're checking for it. Okay. That worked out relatively well. We'll need to pixel hunt every time to find a block still. Let's get down below and go for it. Oh, that's gonna be the squirrel over there. Okay, good, got it. Between the flowers, maybe? No. I don't think the decoration still has anything, really. Where's my tile? Come on. Has to be one. Oh, there we go. Just missed it the whole time. See, kind of seems like people always just discover this way. Then 158 seconds on the clock. Let's be mindful of that. Oh, no. Caught. Vice. See where we're going next. Nope, that's it.
No.
Yeah, the attempts individually can be quite long on this, so that's why I'm not necessarily guaranteeing that we'll sit through it today, since we're already so far over the intended time for the stream. But we'll try to push just as deep. Nope. Come on. Oh, we'll just have to get another one. Or not.
No.
It does pay to be cautious with a level of this length. Okay, that was a little more accurate. Nope. Made it that far at least. Let's keep going. That could have been quite dangerous. Okay, still in the mushroom state. And let's see what we can do. Oh, he's just gonna drop off. Okay, works for me. Oh, does not work for me. Knew it was rather close, just couldn't remember how close. Oh, no, that's sweet. So much time, too. Yeah, maybe just one more deep attempt. Oh. Trying to block me off as usual. Okay, let's keep going. No shroom this time. It's not yet. Okay, that was more accurate than I thought it would be. That one. Okay, given the circumstances. Oh, got caught off screen there, and again got dunked. No, once again, just poor reaction times at swinging around. I was losing track of where we were on the way up.
Oh no!
Yeah, we will go back to this. I'm kind of liking a bit today. We are running a little bit too late. It's just, you know, as a function of how long the attempts are individually on this. We will definitely beat it, but we'll have to save it for next time. So I do have to go. But thank you so much for submitting that. I'll be glad to see it back. We will clear it for sure next time. Make the best of it, so. Thank you so much for joining me today. Any of the makers here, as well as spectators standing by. As always, saw some pretty high quality across the board, some really interesting concepts, boss battles, etc. And I'm happy to pass you folks off to somewhere else. So, we'll scan around for that in just a moment and see what our next destination to be. In the meantime, thanks for watching. There will be much more Mario Maker to come, as well as some other things we want to fold in from time to time, which we'll be posting about in the channel's associated Discord as well. Yeah, mostly Mario Maker through the end of the year. I think maybe some other short games on the side as well that I'm eager to clear out from the backlog, but more to announce when time comes. Until then, thanks for watching. Have a wonderful day ahead of you, and thank you for being, I think, consistently the best viewer level Q on Twitch from what I get to play. So, we'll see who's going to receive you next, and until then, have a wonderful day ahead of you, and as always, stay well.